Hi, Yiting. Hi, Nanda.
Hi. It's okay with the sound?
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly.
Great. Today is a great weather in Boston. Are you in Boston now?
Yeah, I'm in Boston. Yeah.
Very nice weather today.
Yeah, very bright and very cold.
Yeah, a little bit cold. I think it's better than last week. Yeah.
I agree. And better than tomorrow. I have a cup of coffee that I'm very prone to probably spilling on myself here. So
I also grabbed a coffee this morning. Yeah.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hi, Nanda.
Hey, morning, everyone.
John.
Georgios, how do you say your name properly?
Yorgos. So think more like Y-O rather than
Yorgos.
Yorgos.
It's the Greek pronunciation, right? I don't know. Yeah.
Exactly. So the characters don't, the Latin characters don't quite map phonetically to Greek characters. So just like Chinese characters, I guess.
Oh yeah.
So I guess the timeline is about 45 minutes for you, you think, and the rest of the time for me. Is that the idea?
Yeah.
Great. Perfect.
So, Yuting, you can share your screen whenever you're ready. You have 45 minutes. And
okay.
Yeah, I will remind you when you have like 5 minutes left.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Do I start now, or let's wait for another 2 more minutes?
Yeah, you can start at 10 a.m. You have now it's like 9:59. So maybe we can wait for more.
We can wait for a few more minutes. I think we
Yeah, sure.
Like 15 people.
Yeah. Anyways, Saturday morning.
You think is that the salesperson on the left?
I'm sorry. Could you?
Is that the salesperson on the left?
Yeah. I indeed pay some efforts to finding these two pictures. It's kind of summarize the story in this paper. Quinn, do you think we should get started, or let's wait for 2 more minutes?
Yes, you can start it, please.
Oh, okay. Thank you, everyone, for coming on this Saturday morning, and thank you for having me here at this fantastic conference. I'm Yuting. I'm in my final PhD year at MIT. This project I'm going to share is collaborated with Saichuan and also Junjun. I think Junjun is here, and she might help me answering any questions in the chat if I miss that. Okay, so in the next 45 minutes, basically, I want to achieve two things. First, I'd like you to understand the substantive contributions we made in this paper. That is, we show a use of machine learning techniques in the sales force management. And second, methodology speaking, we also show that how to augment and important features in the sales setting in a deep learning-based recommender systems. Then let's start it. Sales, it's very important. It's indeed one of the most expensive marketing functions in firms. Here I show you one figure which shows the company annual spending in North America. As you can see, indeed, $1.2 trillion goes to sales for the firms in 2019. Sales is also an important occupation. Indeed, it can cover lots of people, and it provides an egalitarian jobs opportunities for everyone. That is, no matter your degree or whether you attend college or not, you can indeed earn lots of money from this career. But there indeed exist some challenges in this occupation. And one of the challenge that bothers, that exists in this occupation and also bothers the CEO in the company that work with this is that it's indeed super hard for the new salespeople to start a sales career. That is, for example, here I show you a figure where we use the data from the company we work with, and the company is an insurance company which sells the life insurance products. I will offer more details in later slides. So basically, I use all the data from 2015 to 2021. And then I count the proportion of the new salespeople who have not made their first sale across the days they joined the company. And as you can see, even after 90 days, that is approximately 3 months, around 70% of the salespeople have not made their first sale. This bothers the company a lot. Why? So first, if you cannot make it, then the salespeople can only exit the company. Then this causes a high attrition problem in the sales occupation. For example, the sales turnover rate in the United States is twice the average of the labor force, total labor force. What's more, another severe issue is that it's indeed very costly for firms. If we just think about the sales training alone, which is provided for all the new salespeople joining the company. Indeed, the US companies, for example, spend on average $15 a year on the sales force training alone. Then this is the problem. And we argue for, okay, now this is a machine learning era and lots of fancy techniques existing here. What we can do to use this knowledge and to help these salespeople. Let me first give you the solution we proposed. We argue that it's useful to use a deep learning based personalized recommender system to help these new salespeople. And this recommender system is to identify customer types with higher conversion potential. Let me first give you the conceptual idea on why we think this will be helpful, and then I will give you the details of this recommender system. First, we conducted lots of interviews with the salespeople in this company to understand this industry. And we find that one problem for the new salespeople, they argue, is that they indeed need some guidance in terms of which customer is potential and which one is not. That is, for these new salespeople, they don't have this ability to judge how to allocate their effort and their time on each customer. And second, based on the literature, our knowledge, we know that the sales outcome indeed depends on the salesperson customer match. And these dimensions can be like the age, gender, occupation, or your communication styles, or maybe your facial lookings, like one paper we covered yesterday by Xunyuan and Xiao. And third, if we think about this big data big data era, indeed we can have lots of the salespeople and the customers' data, maybe some unstructured data, and then this match, the fundamental relationship, can indeed be very complex and high dimension. And given this source, then we think, okay, how about then let's start with a deep learning based personalized recommender system to recommend the customer types to the salespeople to help them get started. Okay, let's next then look at the details of this recommender system. So we use this matrix to understand what's going on in this recommender system. So the user of this recommender system is each salesperson, and specifically we target those new salespeople. And the items we want to recommend is a customer type. One example customer type, for example, here is that we use some observed features to describe a customer, like she is a female, she's married, she's about 40 years old, and she worked at the tech industry. She has the interest in showing herself. This kind of information. So let me stress here. So we recommend the customer type given the feasibility constraints in this company. So here in this company, this is a B2C setting scenario, and the salespeople needs to engage in the sales prospecting themselves. That is, there is no sales leads existing in the company that we can allocate to the salespeople. And that's why customer types is indeed feasible to recommend. But I want to stress all the methods developed in this paper indeed can also apply to a case where we recommend one customer, like a customer ID. Okay, then what's the input into this recommender system? The data we have is then think about now we have all the transaction data in the company. Then from the historical transaction data, we are able to summarize for the sales revenue for each salesperson customer type combination. And here, to understand this sales revenue, we operationalize in terms of a daily average. Then to understand the numbers, indeed, that if the number is high, then the possibility can be that it may be that this salesperson has higher probability to be aware of this customer type, or there exists a loss of customers in this customer type, or maybe once you contact this customer type, then the conversion probability can be very high. We do not differentiate between these different possibilities, but use this daily average to reflect the conversion potential we mentioned in the proposed solution, the summarization part, the slides. Okay, then this is the data we have. We used to train the model, and the output we want is then suppose now we have a new salesperson, and we don't have any data about this salesperson. What's the predicted daily sales revenue for this salesperson on each customer type? And then we are able to, once we have this information, we are able to do some recommendation.
So Yuting, on the previous slide, so you said input, so the customer type is known ex ante, or is that something that you predict using transaction data?
Oh, so here the customer type, we ex ante define the customer type. There is no data-driven part in this definition, but I do think it's very interesting to develop a whole, a data-driven part in how to do the customer segmentation. I will mention more on why we ex ante define this customer type in later slides.
So customer type is known.
Yeah, it's not. It's ex ante defined using some observed characteristics. Yeah.
Yeah. What can you describe a little bit about the sales process? Do I suppose both kinds of things happen where a salesperson could be contacting a customer on her own initiative, and also they could get calls or email inquiries from customers to the firm. So the recommender system would be doing both. When it gets a customer request, it would hunt for the salesperson and recommend, and vice versa.
So here the setting process is that the salesperson, one salesperson needs to in charge with the whole setting process. That is, they need to find customer themselves. And then once they find this customer, they need to do all the conversations themselves. The conversations can be conducted either through email or phone or maybe text or WeChat, anything that the salespeople decide. And there is no direct contact between a firm and a customer. So indeed, the firm indeed has very few rights or the informations about what kind of customer the salesperson contacted. The only information they have is that when there is a successful deal, then the customer needs to enter some basic information so that we can have an insurance contract. This is insurance company.
Is there any salesperson decision at all here?
What kind of decision you mean? Like
I don't know. Are they? What kind of agents are these people?
So
like robots, or I'm not. I mean, the picture is not clear to me. Do they, for example, can salesperson decide how much time to work? Can they decide what customers they like? What is their decision?
All these two decisions they can decide. Basically, the thing they cannot decide is like the insurance products. This is provided. It's a life insurance products. This is quite standardized. And then about the premium, then they can suggest on each customers. That is, for example, you can increase the premium based on your income or not. But all the others, like when you want to work, who you want to work, what kind of customers you want to contact, and what kind of customer you want to invest more time, more effort. That's all your own decisions.
How do you prevent salespersons competing for the same customer?
So in this case, it's indeed, I think the probability is indeed very low.
Sorry?
Even I mean, the probability that a salesperson contacted the same customer, the probability is indeed very low in this market. So
okay, because I'm just thinking, normally if you want to ensure that, you need to go through some sort of a matching algorithm to, so you don't have a matching algorithm here.
We don't have, because here the companies don't have any customer informations at their computer.
No, but the recommendation system does, right?
The recommendation system we want to develop here, we use the successful sales. That is, there we have the customer information, but we don't have the leads information.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, one quick question. So the recommendation system, what does it recommend in terms of guiding the salesperson who to contact, or after the person is contacted, does it have any role?
I think it's more like the who to contact or what kind of customers that you can contact. But that's why I stress it's the specific. If we think about the specific channels that play the role, it can be that I make you aware of this customer type, or maybe I give you a point that is maybe awareness, or maybe lots of people in this customer type, or maybe the conversion probability, or maybe the purchasing powers.
Right. How do you? Sorry, go ahead. Finish.
Oh, I'm just saying, but we don't say like because when we recommend, it's like a tool that new salespeople can find. This is based on the big data analytics, and it may be have the impact in each of this stage, but we don't know about the specific stage.
Right. Is there a potential problem here? Let's say the salesperson contacts a customer, and it turns out the customer is really not the type the salesperson should be pursuing for maximum likelihood of success. Therefore, the salesperson, knowing that, doesn't give a whole lot of effort. So how does that help the firm when the salesperson kind of closes the deal, doesn't close the deal, gives up?
I think here we should understand the number as an intrinsic match value between a salesperson and the customer type based on the past or the historical transaction data. And then this, okay, so this means that if we have enough characteristics on the salesperson side, and then for this new salesperson, we have enough like the similar salesperson before you, and then we offer this average numbers to you so that you can save these exploration steps, then you can directly go to the customer type that we have a high match value.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay. Okay. I think then it makes more clear what we are doing, substantively speaking. Then let's next then move to, I also mentioned in the beginning, we also make a methodology contribution. What's that? Let's look at this matrix more. I haven't mentioned one type of sales in this matrix. That is, in the data, it's possible that we do not observe any transactions between some salesperson and customer type combination. For example, here, the salesperson to customer type 1 combination. Then how should we deal with this kind of sales? It might be like a little bit silly questions, because then we do not observe it, then it's missing, let's exclude them from the model train. That would be the first thought that's also currently used a lot in the standard practice in the recommender system literature. But our view is that, we offer an alternative view is that, indeed, these sales might reflect some failed sales. That is, they carry some information about the selling process. And first, we should include them in the training. And second, we should also try to include them in a theoretically constructed way to reflect how these sales are missing. About the first point, then why we should include them, I think all of us here now already have on the same page, is that, oh, it's possible that it's missing by choice. That is, maybe this salesperson tried to sell to this customer type, but just finally failed to convert this customer type. Or maybe after the salesperson learned a lot about the selling process, then the cost is too high, then it's better not to sell to this customer type. But anyways, it carries the failed information. Then how should we include this kind of information in a deep learning based recommender system? Then our idea is based on this slide. It's basically, we want to model this process based on the cost benefits process. And here the cost benefit, the cost can include like the effort cost, the time cost, or opportunity cost, and the gain might include like the commission, which is known to the salespeople in our setting, or any psychological utility if it exists. Okay, then in the next maybe 10 to 20 minutes, I will then offer our method. Then the goal of our method is to develop one augmented recommender system. Then to explicitly consider this missing by choice sales in a deep learning based recommender system. If there is no question, then I will talk more about the business context and then go to how we explicitly develop the method. So this is a large insurance company, headquartered in Shanghai, and it focuses on the products is indeed very simple. It focuses on selling the life insurance products, and the market they target on is the lower and the mid-tier markets in mainland China. Their compensation plan is standard. It includes a base salary and also a fixed percentage of the sales revenue. And this compensation in China is indeed under a strict government regulation, which means that you can think it's kind of exogenous in our setting. The data we have all the historical sales transaction data from January 2015 to February 2021. And for each transaction, we observe some required customer information here, like the age, gender, marital status, occupation, relationship with the insured, which we use to describe a customer. And also, we have some salesperson information that we can collect. This includes some basic demographics. And also, one interesting and structured data we have here is the salesperson's facial image data that they agree to share with this recommender system. Some basic summary statistics. So the salespeople, if we look at their average age, is either 37 years old, and also most of them have not attended college. So indeed, to be successful in this job is very important for them. And this is one example of the facial image data. I use myself as an example. So basically, this is a selfie picture, and this is uploaded to their HR system while they reported their daily attendance. So basically, you can see there is no like the filters in this picture. The customer characteristics, we have these 5 dimensions, and then to define the customer type segmentation, we further split the customer types into these 112 customer types, which is male, female, above 40 or below 40, married or not, self-insured or not, and also 7 occupation types based on the occupation definition provided by the Chinese government. Some quick look at the data. So this figure I offer you for each salesperson. I count the number of served customer types. And then we can see for most of the salespeople, they only serve less than 10 customer types. There is indeed some personal matching here. And if we count, for example, maybe you want to argue, let's just recommend the most valuable customer type to all of these salespeople. Is that okay? Indeed, if you count the most valuable customer types across all of these salespeople, we can find, indeed, there is no one customer type that can cover all salespeople. Okay, that's hope it's helpful for us then to be on the same page about the setting, about the data. Let's now then think about how we develop this deep learning based recommender system to account for this missing by choice sales records. We follow 2 steps. Here is our idea. Our idea is that, so first, let's think about the key thing that drives these missing by choice sales records. Let's give a model for that. And then in the second step, let's see whether we can use the neurons, that is neural networks, to mimic this model, then to reflect the data generation process. Okay, let's then first look at the model. Suppose now we have all the salesperson features view. These features can include like the numerical features, categorical features, or any unstructured features that we extracted from the unstructured data. And also the customer features, categorical, numerical, or unstructured features. Suppose now there exists a latent cell. We call it Y star. And this Y star is generated based on function f, which is parameterized by parameter theta. And this is like an intrinsic matching between salesperson with feature u and customer with feature v, the map to some value, Y star. F here we do not assume for any functional form. Then observed sales. So the observed sales Y, we observe another sales is called Y. That is the sales we observed in the final transaction data. Then the observed sales generation process is this. So if we assume there's a cutoff C, if this latent cell is larger than this C, then we will observe it. Then otherwise, then it will generate the missing by choice sales record we mentioned here. Then now we can see the key parameter, it is C. Then how should we understand this C? So C here, we call it the net cost of setting. It can include many components, like the cost I mentioned before, or the psychological utility I mentioned before, or maybe some other like the risk preference adjustment, and also like the prediction error adjustment. As long as the forms is in a linear form, then we put all of these things into this C. But the key generation is that the customer follows some cutoff rules so that some sales can be observed and some is not. Okay, some comments. This model is very simple. And also I want to say it's indeed, we should all be maybe more familiar with it. It's indeed share the same spirit with the well-known discrete continuous modeling framework, right? And second, here I do not model how U and V then match to the final Y star. I allow for very flexible interactions in terms of this matching process. And third, here indeed, if we do think about the setting, it's very possible that the C is different across different salespeople or across different customer types. But in the main model, we assume one seed, that is one homogeneous seed, to develop the method. Our goal is to see how this missing by choice sales records, the mere effect on the recommender system's performance improvement. Okay, that's the first part about the model. Let's then think about then how we can use a neural network to mimic this model, to reflect the ideas in this model. Then if we look at a typical neural network structure, then we have the input layer, have the hidden layers, and the hidden layers can be very complex. And then finally, we generate some outcomes then in the output layer and then output the final results. Our augmentation, the main idea is then, suppose we leverage all the techniques developed in the deep learning community, in that literature, and we use this complex relationship, the hidden layers, to capture this latent sales generation F, and then we generate the latent sales. Then how about, let's do one adjustment after we have the latent sales Y star by imitating the sales generation process in the output layer. Specifically, if we use the neural network language, it will then be, let's use the observed sales generation function, and then to propose a new activation function. And this activation function, in terms of functional form, is exactly the same as what we see in several slides before. One example of this activation function will be that, suppose now C is equals to 1, and as we can see, this activation function generates this result. It's discontinuous. If you are familiar with this literature, then you will see that it's indeed a more generalized version of the regular activation function, because when C is equal to 0, this activation function is exactly the same as the regular activation. So then how do we train C? So we indeed estimate C by treating C as a hyperparameter and then train it through the cross-validation. Okay, this is the summary about our the whole framework. So basically, all the stuff before the output layer is standard. That if we output all of the features and then do some embedding and also flatten structure, and then the key here is the multi-layer perception, which we just directly import the techniques from the deep learning literature. And lastly, in the output layer, we make the adjustments to reflect missing by choice sales records. 3 comments again for these neural networks. As you can see, indeed, all the structures before the output layers can indeed be adapted based on the type of the input data. For example, if you have some voice data, then you can use the RNN structure, or maybe you have some more video data, you can use the video techniques developed there in the deep learning literature. Second, then this is a one layer improvement. How should we think about it? So indeed, lots of the innovations in the deep learning or in the neural network start with one layer or one activation proposals. For example, the job out, which we see a lot in the constructions of a neural network, is an important invention. And another one, like a dual rectifier linear units, which is a generalized version of the regular activation, which is very powerful in the RNN development. So basically, all of these are just one activation proposal, and here we share the same assets. But the difference is that the reason or the starting point for us to propose this activation is based on our own domain knowledge, our own marketing domain knowledge, and then we have, okay, it's possible or it's useful to use this activation function. And third point is that indeed, I argue that those empty cells can be seen as the missing by choice sales records, but it's also possible it's just empty. That is, one salesperson has never talked to a customer type, and then it counts as a missing records. Then how should we differentiate between these two situations? Then in our validation, we leverage on the data construction. That is, we focus on the experienced salespeople and who have arguably considered all customer types. And then also, that's why we ex ante define these customer types to a reasonable number of types so that the previous argument holds. And lastly, we also consider one model extensions so that we can, that is, we build a probability model so that we can allow for the case where a salesperson has not considered a customer type. That is indeed a missing record. Okay, now it comes to the evaluation. Our goal is then to first see then how about your augmentation, whether it improves on the standard deep learning based recommender system, and then also whether it can improve the recommendation. The first measure we look at is prediction accuracy, that is mean square error. And as I mentioned before, we follow the standard procedure to split the data into training, validation, and also the holdout test data. We consider two benchmarks which serves different goals. The first benchmark, we follow the industry standard. Then we only use the observed sales to train the whole neural network. That is, we treat those empty cells as just empty. Then this one, then we can see the information value of this missing by choice sales records. And the second benchmark we consider is called the neural network linear activation. In this benchmark, we use, that is, we think those empty cells as missing by choice sales records. But in the neural network construction, in the final output layer, we only use the linear activation function, but not the activation function we propose. Then let's see the results. First, if we compare our method with the missing excluded benchmark, we can find that there indeed exists a lot of the information value in this missing by choice sales record. And definitely we should consider this possibility. And second, if we look at the value of this additional activation function, then that is compared to the second benchmark. And also notice that here the y-axis, the scale changes. We can still earn another around 1% increases in terms of the prediction performance accuracy. Then let's see how this 1% reflects in the recommendation quality. The first measure we use is called the F1 score. So intuitively speaking, the F1 score measures how good a recommender system can identify a good customer type. That is a binary score. That is whether you can identify a customer type that can deliver positive sales values to the company. This is the results. It's on the holdout sample. So we consider 3 benchmarks. The first one is non-personalized. That is, we just recommend the most profitable customer types to all the salespeople. And the second, missing excluded linear activation, I've mentioned. As we can see, if we compare our method to the non-personalized, indeed, matching is very important in this setting, that there exists lots of improvement by using a personalized recommender system. And second, if we compare with the linear activation, then here in terms of the recommendation quality, we indeed can earn around 4 to 5% increases in terms of F1 score. The second measure we use is called the NDCG, normalized discounted cumulative gain. So by comparing with the F1 score, so this measure further considers the rankings when we evaluate the one recommender systems. That is, we hope we can rank customer types with higher sales revenue to the front. And this is the results. So again, similar qualitative insights as the F1 figure. And if we compare with the linear activation, then in terms of this score, we can earn around 2 to 3% increases. Let me mention then this is a black box and we care about the prediction. Then we also conducted some analysis then to think about then which features are important in this setting to interpret the output. As we can see, so indeed, facial image matters in this setting. And we look at the other several salespeople's characteristics, then their age matter a lot, their home province matters a lot, and also like whether they left the companies. And this has very important prediction power. This is for the customer features. Occupation indeed matters a lot in this matching process. Okay, as I mentioned, we also consider two model extensions. The first one is that we model the probability that is a salesperson has not considered all customer types, that one sale is indeed an empty sale. Another one is to allow the C, the net cost of selling, to be heterogeneous across different salespeople. To achieve the extensions, we basically develop a probabilistic model into the augmented recommender systems we developed in the main session. And then in this probabilistic model, we allow for two possibilities. The first is that the salesperson has considered customer type or not. Then we parameterize this probability as a function of the salespeople's experience. And in terms of the heterogeneous net cost of selling, it's basically the same idea of probabilistic models. Here we consider two segments of the salespeople. And the probability in one segment is a function of the salespeople's average monthly number of the transactions. Here we offer the results. And as you can see, by further considering more realistic features of the setting, we can further improve the performance of this recommender system. Especially if we take consideration the heterogeneous net cost of selling, it can earn a lot of the improvement in terms of the recommendation quality scores. Okay, that's about then how we should think about augmentation, the performance. And then lastly, then I mentioned that we want these recommender systems to help these new salespeople in terms of making their first sale. We conducted one simulation to show the potential of these recommender systems. Specifically, we assume in the benchmark, that is the benchmark we consider to is that the salespeople conducted some random search. That is, they randomly pick one customer type in this 112 customer types, and then approach this customer type. Then if it's if in the real data it's a positive value, then it's a success. Otherwise, it's a failure. Then we count the number of failures before the first sale. In our recommender system, it will be first. Then we recommend, for example, maybe 3 customer types to this salespeople, to this salesperson, and this salesperson will first contact this 1, 2, 3 customer type, and then also count the number of failures before the first sale. As you can see, so indeed, if we, for example, we recommend 3 customer types, we can improve the we can reduce the number of failures by 1/3.
Sorry to interrupt. You have 5 minutes left.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. But one assumption we use is that the salespeople use the random search. But if you think that assumption is too strong, here indeed use the real data. We can also exactly match the proportion of the new salespeople who have now made their first sales, the figure that I offered before, by calculating the days for each failure. Then once we have that, then the extra data, this is the exact value in the data, and then our method can also have the proportion of the new salespeople who have not made their first sales in this dark blue line. And we can see, indeed, we can increase the performance a lot. Okay, let's zoom out to think more on then what's the other settings that our method can apply? So two important conditions are first, we need to have some underlying match here. And second, some historical records are missing by choices. Other examples can include like the sales process in the department stores, or even using when the firms allocate the prospects. Indeed, the salespeople still have rights in terms of how they exert their efforts. And lastly, maybe in the rating settings, the customers follow some rules to give the ratings. There is also some missing by choice problem. To conclude, we achieved two things in this paper. So first, we developed, substantially speaking, we developed a recommender system to help these new salespeople identify the customers with high conversion potential. And second, we also use our own domain knowledge that we export over domain series, then to improve the deep learning-based recommender system performance. And here we keep the augmentation very simple, it's easy to use, and also it has the interpretability, that is the cost to understand the process. And also, as we shown in the extensions, it's indeed very flexible, where we can also include other realistic considerations into this recommender system. That's all I have. Thank you very much. I think I still have 2 more minutes. Let me see the chat question.
Can I just ask a quick clarifying question? So again, this goes back to your input data that you had. So that matrix that you have basically has 112 customer types. Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And on average, salesperson makes about 30 some sales. So the input data is pretty sparse, right?
The input data, yeah, around they sell less than 10 customer types. Then around 80 to 90% is indeed, we do not see the salesperson customer type combination.
Thank you.
I can ask a question. You mentioned that the cost being same across salespeople is important. Does it really matter when you dump them into the algorithm?
You mean to allow for the heterogeneous cost?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's as I show you for the second extension. Yeah, it can further improve the results. But the reason why we use one homogeneous cost in the main session is that let's see the information better, or we do not consider there are several segments, then what's the improvement? How important the missing by choice sales records?
Got it.
I think we have one more, or it's already 45. Maybe I can stop sharing.
Should I go next, or do we have more questions? Let me know if I should start.
Just go for it.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Yuting, for the presentation. You mentioned you're in your final year, and I was going to wish you best of luck in the market. But then I checked your website, and I see that you're joining NUS. Is that right?
Oh, yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay, so congratulations instead of best of luck. So thank you for inviting me to discuss this paper. I think there is a missed opportunity here to call the paper 0 to NA instead of 0 to 1, since it's all about converting zeros to missing values and treating them differently. But apart from this major mistake, I think this is a great paper, and I'm very happy to discuss it. So let me tell you how I see the paper. Okay, so what is this paper about? So salespeople need to pick a subset of clients out of a big universe of clients that represent maybe the most lucrative opportunities for them, and then try to sell to them. Yuping explained, and I think we all know that this is a very difficult and burdensome process. So any help we can give salespeople by recommending potential leads can be very helpful. This paper tries to predict which clients are going to be the most lucrative, and then ranks them accordingly. The key result of this paper, as Yuping described, is that by using a deep learning model that we augment with a micro foundation of salesperson behavior, significantly improves predictions compared to some other reasonable models that are included in the paper. There is a lot to like about this paper, but at least for my own taste, what I really like about this paper is that it brings together machine learning and marketing/econ theory to make improved predictions compared to models that are completely agnostic to the actual domain that we're studying, in this case, sales. More broadly, I think this is an area of machine learning where we marketing scholars can actually lead and make significant contributions. So I really like this direction. Beyond that, the paper is very well written and very well executed. So I really enjoyed reading it. I'll try to give you a very high-level overview of this very sophisticated method, at least the way I understand it. So how does the proposed method work? So the paper starts by noticing that the sales process produces data like this table that I show you here. So for simplicity, I have 3 columns: a salesperson denoted with a letter, a client denoted with a number, and then the dollar amount that resulted from the salesperson potentially selling to the respective client. Salespeople and clients, they have characteristics that the paper uses in this deep learning framework that I do not show here that can be used to improve the predictions. All right. So a very nice observation that the paper makes is that the data is censored. This means that sometimes when we see 0 in the data, it means NA, meaning not available. Why might we have NAs in the data? Well, some dyads are never observed because, for example, in my table here, salesperson A never attempts to sell to client 2. And this produces 0 revenue, but sort of by choice. The salesperson decided not to contact this specific client. Compare this with row 3, where we also have a 0, but this is because salesperson A contacted client 3, tried to sell to them, but failed. These 2 situations are different, and if we understand how they arise, we can build a better predictive model. So how does the paper do that? The paper notices a very nice correspondence between a simple but effective micro-founded model of sales behavior and a neural network activation function. So the idea here is that here on the bottom left, I show you how a person decides to sell or not to sell to a specific client. So there is a specific threshold C. You can call it effort, cost, whatever, as Yuping described. And the salesperson will only attempt to sell to that specific client if their expected revenue or profit exceeds C. Otherwise, we will see a 0 in the data. Now, if you plot this here on the right, you see this function that's 0 up to C, and then linear. As it happens, this is what in machine learning they call a rectified linear unit. And incorporating that into the deep learning model captures this salesperson behavior and yields much better predictions. Okay, so this is a high-level overview of the paper. Now, the proposed model is evaluated against 2 models. One that completely ignores zeros, missing values from training, and another one that treats all zeros as the same, whether they're missing by choice or because an effort was made to sell but it failed, we treat all zeros as the same. And the paper shows that being a bit smarter and incorporating the model of salesperson behavior, augmenting the deep learning model with that, improves much better predictions. Now, here, I think there is a subtle point. In evaluating the model, my understanding is that latent outcomes are dropped. So what's the idea here? Let's say the model makes predictions. I have added them here, $hat in the 4th column. To evaluate the model, roughly speaking, we need to compare the predicted revenue from a potential sale to the observed revenue. But recall, there are many sales for which we do not observe the revenue. So how can we make that comparison? Okay. We could make the same mistake and treat the missing things as zeros, but they're not zeros. If I had tried to sell to that customer, maybe I would have made some money, right? Or we can drop them. The paper here decides to drop them, and in a sense, I feel like it commits a small mistake that it tries to fix in training. So even though it takes account of the missing by choice data in training, my understanding is that it drops the missing by choice data in evaluating the model. This could result in a potentially biased mean squared error, okay? Because given my simple example here, we would tell salesperson A to go work on clients 1, 2, and 3 in that order, since we rank them by in decreasing order of predicted revenue. But in evaluating the model, even though salesperson A would work on client 2, we do not incorporate that prediction in evaluating the model. So I think that's something that maybe needs to be fixed. So how to fix that? Well, I think the paper has the answer in it already, okay? So this is not my idea, but I think we can use the same assumption that the paper makes in training. So we know by assumption that latent sales are below a certain threshold C, and observed sales are above this threshold C. So we know that latent sales, by assumption, would have yielded less revenue than observed sales. How can we use this idea? Well, there are many ways, but one way is to do some sort of like leave one out thing, where we randomly remove one observed sale per salesperson, set that aside as a test set, then train on the remaining data, and then compute a ranking metric like AUC. So how do we do that? Well, for observed test sales, we can see if our predictions match the outcomes, meaning we have observed sale I, observed sale J, and we can see when the true outcome, yi, is bigger than yj, whether our prediction yi hat is also bigger than yj hat. That's easy enough. The paper does that. In addition to that, we can compare every observed test sale to each sale that did not happen. Let's call that K. And we should check whether the predicted revenue from sale I is bigger than the predicted revenue for sale K. And remember, K never happened. But recall, by assumption, when we train the model, we know that yi is greater than yk. That's why the salesperson did not work on that sale in the first place. So I think that's an easy enough improvement, something to test that can help us sort of get a better sense of how accurate the algorithm is. And I have no doubt whatsoever, to be clear, that it will be more accurate than the compared methods. But I think that's a small improvement that can be made. Now, as I was working on the slides, I started thinking, the idea of censored data is quite common in statistics and machine learning. And I recalled, this paper that I had read about Bayesian personalized ranking. And the model proposed here is very reminiscent of that. So how does BPR work? Well, just like you think described, it starts with a matrix. So we have users and we have items, okay? And then the question marks are things that we do not observe, things that are missing by choice. And then just like the proposed method, BPR fills in the missing data with implicit choices, with implicit data. The example that the authors use in PPR is ranking Netflix movies. So, we have all seen a very small subset of movies that are available on Netflix. Netflix wants to make recommendations to us based on our implicit choices, meaning I chose not to watch a movie. That's why I have not rated that. Okay. And it uses this idea that movies that people did not watch must have yielded lower expected utility than watched movies. Okay. So this method is extremely similar to the paper, and I think it would yield an interesting comparison to implement BPR on top of the deep learning, the augmented deep learning model, and compare the two. Okay. One difference between BPR and the proposed method is that the proposed method is a regression. It produces a revenue, whereas BPR is simply a classifier that's going to tell you you should prefer this movie or this client over this other movie or this other client. So to conclude, this is a very interesting paper. I love this direction that brings together machine learning and marketing theory in the best possible way. I think we need more papers like this. If we're going to write machine learning papers in marketing, I think this is the type of paper we should be writing, or at least one type of paper you should be writing. And this is how we can have impact. Going forward, my suggestion is maybe fix that thing about MSC and try to incorporate your very smart idea about using the missing data into your evaluation method as well. And maybe compare against slightly more sophisticated methods that are out there to solve this problem, like BPR and other similar matrix factorization techniques that use implicit data. So thank you again for the wonderful presentation, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me to discuss this paper.
Thank you, Hubert. I'd like to point to some of your comments, kind of argue for myself. So thank you very much for the great comments. Yeah, I think it's such a great summarization of what we are doing in this paper. So the first about the biased mean square error, we indeed split the data to training, test, and validation. And in the validation, we indeed have the client 2, I think the client 2 in the validation there. We indeed have that. But I think the ranking idea, that's very cool. And indeed, I think the recommendation quality measures, indeed, it kind of reflects these ranking metrics, but maybe in a different, specific quantifications, like in the normalized discounted cumulative gains, that indeed just to check whether if Yij is larger than Yik, whether the predicted ones is larger. And second one is I totally agree. There are lots of, the implicit data, how to think about that, how to think about the missing by choice in the matrix factorization literature. So here, one challenge I didn't mention in the talk is that, so we target for those new salespeople. And there exists some co-start problems by using the matrix factorization methods. And that's why we go to a regression-based methods, and also that we can use these unstructured data. And also, again, is that I think the cool part is then once we have a deep learning-based recommender system, then how we can put the classification continuous together in one constructions. That's kind of the things we want to contribute into the deep learning-based recommender system. Just two more, maybe I didn't explain it very clearly, but thank you very much for your wonderful comments, wonderful discussions.
Thank you, Yuting. Thank you. I really enjoyed reading the paper. Best of luck with the paper going forward.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I will stop sharing. I think we're exactly on time. Okay, and I'm going to mute myself. Okay, thank you, everyone.
Thank you. So I think we're going to proceed to the next presentation. Please share screen when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you for organizing such a wonderful conference, and thanks for the great opportunity to share our work with everyone. In this project, we want to study knowledge production in the knowledge sharing platform, the QA platforms. Question and answer platform, for example, Quora. Q&A platform, for example, Quora, provide opportunity for the consumers to generally go there and post their questions, get their question answered, collect the knowledge points through the answer, learn about knowledge from other users, learn about the diverse opinions. This has been a very fast growing industry in the past 5 or 10 years. Take two dominating platforms as example. Quora, a US-based platform, has already reached 300 million monthly users by the end of 2018. And Zhihu, which is a Chinese platform, is a strictly dominating player in the Chinese-speaking regions. It has already reached more than 200 million users at the beginning of 2019. So in this type of QA platforms, consumer go to the platform, they can post questions. This picture shows you how a typical QA platform looks like. The left-hand side panel is Zhihu, the Chinese platform. The right-hand panel is Quora. So the consumers go there, post their questions, and the answers will be posted sequentially by the other users under this question. Most of the questions are generally like open-ended question. In this picture, the left-hand side question asks what are the tips and habits to help learn effectively. The right-hand side question says what are the examples of great marketing. So those questions are open-ended so that users can share their insights, share their knowledge or experiences. And after contribute the knowledge, the users may receive upvotes from other users. So in this type of platform, for example, Zhihu, the answers are organic answers. So the users who contribute answer are not paid. So there is no monetary incentive. So but the benefit after they contribute the answer is more or less from the number of upvotes. They feel my answer is very popular, is welcomed by other people. This is how they get motivated to contribute answer. From a platform's perspective, this type of QA platforms, the main profit, the primary profit comes from advertisement. The advertisements are sandwiched between the answers. So here in this example, you can see after some answers, there is a piece of advertisement blend in between those answers. So that means from platform's perspective, if there are more answers, they can have more slots to put their advertisement into it. If there are more diverse and new answers, consumers are more likely to take a look at those answers, and they are also more likely to take a look at the advertisement. However, it has always been very hard for the platform to encourage the users to speak up, to contribute answers. For example, take the CEO from Quora's quote as an example. Is actually the most popular activity on this type of platform is reading the answers instead of contribute answers. So they have always trying to figure out how to stimulate the users to contribute answers. They also want to focus on the content to make sure there are diverse and high quality content to keep posted on this type of platform. In our research, the big direction is we want to know how to stimulate the users to produce more knowledge and to provide their unique insights to keep producing new varieties. And what are the possible underlying drivers to stimulate more knowledge and more diversified knowledge. To narrow it down specifically, we document the impact of the first content's informativeness and popularity to see to what extent the informativeness and popularity of the very first knowledge content will influence the future users' willingness to produce and willingness to provide a new variety of knowledge content. On top of that, we want to see whether there is a heterogeneous effect if the first knowledge content is produced by a domain expert on the platform. So after do all those empirical exercises, we want to provide some guidance or framework to the QA platform to better understand what are the underlying mechanism or drivers to boost the quantity and variety of knowledge. And then they can think better design their strategy to incentivize the knowledge production or rethink about how to advertise, how to optimize their advertisement allocation slots. Our work relates to several literature. First, we join the literature on knowledge production. The existing literature mainly focus on cooperative production, for example, Wikipedia. So on Wikipedia, there is a topic and all the invisible users, they contribute to the same topic. So it's like less open-ended, and also individual contribution is not salient. It's hard to see whether it's sequentially and who contribute what. Our work focuses more in the sense that non-cooperative production in the QA platform, where the question is more open-ended question, and we can clearly see the contribution from individual users sequentially. And we also complete the existing literature on the significance of one piece of content. So here we focus on the first knowledge content on QA platform. We also relate to a broad literature on product variety or diversity. So in our work, we provide empirical evidence on the supply of variety in the QA context. And finally, we relate to the literature that investigates the user identity in the online context platforms. And we show actually there is a double sword effect if the first knowledge is produced by the expert. So I'm first going to show you a very simple model of knowledge production, and then based on the model, I'm going to introduce our hypothesis. So we consider a very simple situation. Each knowledge content will be characterized by two attributes. One is informativeness, proxied by the content length. And we also have the variety, and variety here is a discrete variety. So if two contents, they produce the same variety, then they fall into the same group. If they produce in different varieties, then they fall into two different groups. And we consider a representative consumer who is going to derive utility after consuming a piece of knowledge content. The utility will depend on the length of the content, informativeness level of the content, depends on the variety of the content. And we consider a true producer situation. The first producer arrive at this question first. So it's the very beginning of the question's life cycle. In the first period, there is a first producer who produces a knowledge content which has length L1 and variety V1. And by the end of the first period, this first knowledge producer are going to learn about collect the number of uploads. So the number of uploads Q1 is realized by the end of the first period. And then in the second period, there is a producer 2, which represents the future knowledge producer. When this producer comes to this question, he or she will observe the length of the first answer, the variety of the first answer, and the number of uploads received by the first answer. And this new knowledge producer are going to choose whether I'm going to produce or not. If I'm going to produce, whether I want to produce the same variety or I want to innovate a new variety. And when the new producer number 2, makes this decision, her decision is based on the expected payoff. So here the payoff is not monetary incentive. It's more like the payoff from how popular or how welcomed my answer will be by the other users. So the expected payoff has two components. One is the benefit, another is cost, very simple. So the benefit will be the expectation of how many number of uploads I'm going to receive in the future, which depends on both the traffic and also the utility consumer may derive after they consume my product. And
may I ask a question?
Yeah.
The type of question also will matter, doesn't it? Because there will be some ambiguous questions where everybody can give an answer. It's like taste. And there will be a statistics question which will have one correct answer. And once the correct answer is given, there is no incentive to give more replies because that is the correct answer.
Yes.
Are you considering the type of question into your model somewhere?
Yeah, in the empirical implementation, we definitely consider, because for sure some topics are going to attract more answers. Some are more open, and we're going to control for the topic specific fixed effect in our empirical implementation in this very simple two producer example, which is the fix one question. So for this specific question, but later on, we're going to control for rich heterogeneity at question level. We definitely agree with you. And
okay. And the second question is, why is length a measure of informativeness? Is that too simple?
So the intuition is, so if assuming we're talking about we both contribute knowledge and it belongs to the same variety, so we share the same opinion. For example, how to effectively learn a new course. Right? So if the first knowledge producer already say the good way is if we share the same opinion, the longer the answer is, then the more detailed the answer might be. This is the underlying assumption or intuition.
Okay.
No measure we use.
Thank you.
I have a quick question for you. And that is, so length is informativeness. I don't know if that mapping is correct because I'm not sure, perhaps you can help, but more importantly, what exactly is variety? I didn't fully understand this. Is variety good or is it bad or?
So variety means if we are talking the similar thing, for example, how do we effectively learn something? And one person say, making a very good time allocation schedule really help. Another person say, I think you want to allocate your time in a very smart way. Then those two answers are very similar, share the same opinion, they fall into the same class. So that is called one variety. If another person say, I think go to bed early is a good strategy to effectively learn something because you are going to be energetic. That is very dissimilar to the existing opinion. Then we believe that is a new variety. So that is more how we measure that one. And in this very simple example, variety is treated as a discrete class. If two knowledge fall into the same class, then it is the same variety. If fall into different class, then it's another variety.
So is different good or bad? That's what I'm trying to understand.
We're going to assume difference is good. Consumer for this Q&A platform, consumers have a demand for variety. They do enjoy variety. That will be something we'll assume.
I see. All right. Thank you.
Okay, so the new knowledge producer are going to form expectation about the expected future payout, how popular the question will be. That depends on the expected traffic flow because if the new knowledge producer observe the previous knowledge producer receive a lot of upvotes, seems the answer is really popular. It could be either because the traffic flow is really large. The question itself is super attractive. It can also be the first answer is really an excellent answer. So it's unclear. So the new knowledge producer are going to form expectation about the traffic flow and also base the expected payoff on the utility consumer may derive from consuming the new content. And there is, of course, some production cost involved. The production cost depends on the length of the answer and the variety of the answer. And then I'm going to turn to the model assumptions, which some of it already mentioned when answering the questions. So first, we look at the consumer's utility function. It will first increase with the content length. The intuition is when the answer is more detailed, with more information, then consumer's utility will be higher. Another assumption is when the new knowledge producer produces the same variety, then the marginal utility consumer derived from the new knowledge content will be lower compared to if the new knowledge producer is innovate a new variety. So intuition is if someone already talked about one opinion, the new knowledge producer replicate the same opinion, it won't give the same level of marginal utility to the consumers. And then we assume the new knowledge, the knowledge producers expected payoff first depends on the expected traffic level, which increase with the observed number of upvotes of the existing knowledge content. The intuition is if a new knowledge producer observed the first knowledge content receives a lot of upvote, the new knowledge consumer might think this question is a really popular question, or there are some lots of underlying traffic flow. They will be more optimistic about the future payoff. We assume if the new knowledge producer is going to produce a new variety, then the cost will be higher. It just takes more effort to innovate a new variety, and the marginal cost of producing the additional content, the marginal cost of producing the content, marginal cost with respect to length, will be high. Is a positive. So the longer you write, the more time you have to spend. So those are the setup and the assumptions of the model. And based on this model specification, we derive two sets of hypotheses. So the first is the longer, more informative, or more comprehensive the existing knowledge is, then we will see less future knowledge content produced. We will also see more variety, more diversity of the future knowledge content. Another hypothesis is if the existing knowledge content has a very large number of upvotes, has a high number of upvotes perceived to be popular, it will motivate more future knowledge contents contributed to this platform. So those are the hypotheses we make based on the model specifications. So to answer our empirical question and to test the hypothesis, we collect data from Zhihu.com, the largest QA platform in all the Chinese-speaking region. Our sample is, our initial sample is a random sample by randomly drawn number of URLs. We collect the relatively large sample of questions, and then we did the two selection. One is we select the top 2 popular questions. The top 2 popular questions accounts for more than half of the traffic approximately. And we also focus on questions posted during year 2016 and 2017 because from the Zhihu Wikipedia, those 2 years is a relatively stable period. There is very little platform policy changes going on. So we do want to work with a stable period. And in the end, our data contains 3 blocks of information. It contains question level information, for example, question text, so question body description, the popularity of the question measured by the number of followers, timestamp, and who created that question. For answer, we have the whole body of the answer contributed under the question, under a specific question, the number of comments to the answer itself, timestamp, and who produced the answer. And we also collected, for all those user ID, we collected complete historical activities of the user on the platform. To give you a direct idea, this is example of the answer. Below a specific question, we collect the question text, the question title, question description, and the popularity of the question. And then we have the whole body of answer collected, number of upvotes, and all those timestamps. And then we turn to the user page and to collect the user historical activity, how many answers the user has contributed, the articles the user write, all those activities. And specifically, we have one activity that is featured knowledge content. So by featured knowledge content, it means the knowledge content was featured by the platform. So platform think this is a high quality expert content, and platform are going to feature this content in either Zhihu magazine or Zhihu roundtable. We're going to use this variable as a measure for whether a user is a domain expert on the platform or not. So in the end, we're going to create the two sets of measures. The first set of measure will be the measures to characterize the knowledge content in the early stage, which will be the informativeness and popularity and expert identity. Informativeness is approximated by the first knowledge content's textualness. Of course, we're going to remove the stopping words, symbols, or the language other than Chinese. We're going to measure the popularity of answer by the first knowledge content's number of upvotes. For the expert identity, we're going to use the number of featured answers by Zhihu as a proxy for expert identity. For the future knowledge production outcomes, we're going to measure it by the quantity and variety. Quantity is measured by the number of answers produced within a specific time window in the near future. And variety will be this similarity score of all the answers produced in a future time period. In the meta-analysis, we use 2 months as a window for near future. Of course, we did a robustness check on this as well. So to construct the variety measure, we rely on the similarity score. So basically, sorry, I moved 2 slides. We rely on the similarity score between different contents. So our goal is we want to know whether 2 knowledge content, 2 different answers, are they similar or they are different. So we need to calculate the similarity between 2 contents. In our work, we apply the Doc2Vec model. That is can be viewed as an extension of the word-to-vec model. So word-to-vec model means we can chop up a sentence and turn the sentence into a bag of words. And for each word, we can use a set of vectors to represent these words. And if we want to know whether 2 words are similar or not, we can simply calculate whether they are by comparing the cosine similarity between the vectors of those 2 words. But now, since our goal is we want to know whether 2 knowledge contents, 2 pieces of documents are similar or not, if we still use the word.to-vec method, then we will probably have to turn the documents into a bag of words and then calculate the vector for each word, and then do aggregation. For example, average the vectors for all the words in this document to get an average vector. But the downside of this method is we're going to lose the sequence of the meaning from the sequence of the words or from the semantic reasoning in this document. So then we turn to this Doc2Vec model, which can allow us first keep the semantic reasoning in the document, keep the sequence of the words. And the second, it is more robust to the document length, so that we don't have to worry about a lengthier answer is more likely to overlap with a shorter answer. And finally, we're going to represent each document, in our case, each answer as a vector. And then we're going to compute this vector cosine similarity between 2 different answers. And then we aggregate the similarity score at question level. Based on this similarity score, we are going to create our measure for variety. We did 2 sets of measures. One is we call it continuous measure, which is basically the dissimilarity score by add a minus sign of this similarity score. So we calculate the similarity score between the first answer and any new answer in the future 2 months window. And then we take an average. So the intuition is we are comparing an average future answer against the first answer to see whether an average future answer is very dissimilar to the first answer or not. So this measure can tell us a representative answer or an average answer is a new variety or not, but it loses the information about whether the future answer are very diverse among themselves. So then on top of that, we create a discrete measure, which includes 2 dimensions of information. One is the dissimilarity between the first knowledge content and the average future knowledge content. Second dimension is whether the future knowledge content are very different from each other, measured by the skewness. If under a question, the future knowledge content are very dissimilar among each other, and at the same time, the mean level of the future answer is dissimilar to the first content, then we're going to define this as a new variety. So this will be a binary variable defined by this two-dimension of information. And then put all those measures together. Just to recap, we are going to look at the outcome, production outcome, as the number of future answers, dissimilarity or variety of the future answer, and we're going to investigate the informativeness, the textual length of the first answer's effect on the future knowledge production, and look at the popularity of the first answer's effect on the future knowledge production. We are also going to control question heterogeneity, for example, topic fixed effect, the popularity of the question. I didn't list all the variable here, but just to give you an overview. We're of course also going to control for the user characteristics, how active they are, how many thoughts, edits, answers they have contributed to the platform. We're going to use the number of featured answer as a proxy for the expert. So we're going to, the knowledge quantity is a count data because we observe the future knowledge, the quantity of future knowledge as a discrete data points will be 0, 1, 2, or any scalar number. Then we're going to use a negative binomial regression model for this type of count data. And we're going to use ordinary least square or logit model for the knowledge variety estimation. The identification strategy will primarily rely on the fact that conditional on rich set of control for question heterogeneity, user heterogeneity, and very flexible time trend, the first content's characteristics, the length, and the number of upvotes are arguably random. For the expert identity, there might be a concern that whether the first answer is answered by an expert or not can be correlated with some unobserved question-specific characteristics. So we're going to use instrument for that. The instrument, the intuition is we use the percentage of the ratio of experts. So we're going to take the question, look at a specific topic of the question, and then the ratio of the experts who answer the first who provide the first knowledge content under this big topic will be used as an instrument for this expert identity, and also use the average popularity level of other questions under the same topic. So the intuition is this will be less likely to correlate it with the unobserved question specific factor. Take a quick look at the chart box. So in our analysis, we first ask what is the effect of first knowledge content length on the future knowledge production. After control for the rich set of variables, we find that the textual length of the first answer has negative effect on the future knowledge quantity, but will motivate more variety in the future knowledge production. And then we turn to the effect of first knowledge content's upvote. So we find that if the first knowledge content receives a higher amount of upvotes, it will motivate the future knowledge production in terms of quantity. So there will be more knowledge contents contributed if the first knowledge content appear to receive a lot of number of upvotes. And then we look at the interaction effect between the expert and this interrelationship between first knowledge content and the future knowledge production. So our results tells us there is a double sword effect of whether the first knowledge content is produced by an expert or not. So if expert produce the first knowledge content, and the first knowledge content receives a lot of number of upvotes, it actually doesn't motivate the future users to produce more knowledge contents. The rationale is the future knowledge, the future user come to the question and observe expert or a very famous user produce the first content and receive a lot of number of uploads. It could be this. This might be a star effect or expert effect. So because they already have their own brand, they may not infer from this number of upvotes and make inference about the traffic size. But if the first answer is produced by the expert, it will further motivate the new knowledge producers to diversify their content. If they see an expert produce answer and it was a lengthy answer, they will be more motivated to differentiate themselves from the expert's answer to avoid the direct competition against the expert's opinion. So we, as a robustly check, we use additional variety measure. So in the meta-analysis, we use a continuous variety measure, which mainly counts for whether an average future answer is dissimilar compared to the first knowledge answer or not. In the robustly check, we not only consider the average level of a future answer, we also consider whether the future answer are diversified among themselves. From the robustness check, we see that the main findings are very robust, regardless of which variety measure we're using. And finally, we take a look at the economic magnitude. So we want to know at the aggregate level or at the average level, platform average level, what will be the size of the effect. So let's see, say if we double the textual length of the first answer, we will see there are about 25 less answer produced under an average question on Zhihu platform. If the number of upvotes of the first answer got doubled, there are about more than 50 answers going to be contributed under the same question. And if we look at the magnitude in terms of the effect on the variety, we see that if the textual length of the first answer is doubled, it will increase the variety or increase the diversity of future answer by more than 4%. So the conclusion is we highlight the significant influence from a single piece of content, the very first answer, knowledge content contributed under the question, highlight its effect on the future knowledge production on standard QA platforms. We also show there is evidence in the trade-off in how the evidence on the trade-off in how the first content's informativeness influence the future knowledge content's quantity and variety. We also find there can be a double-edged sword effect of letting the expert be the first one to answer the question. So our empirical exercise has managerial implication for QA platforms to help them better understand the underlying mechanism drivers of knowledge production in this type of platform to allow them to further think about how can we stimulate knowledge content growth. For example, when is the best time to encourage the expert to be the first one to answer the question, and they can further integrate this information in their advertisement slot allocation decisions. So that's the end of the presentation. Any questions?
Yeah, I have a question. Is it possible to analyze the first response answer to see whether it is a focused answer or it's a ambiguous or a 2 points of view type of answer? Suppose I give you that there is a plus point and there is a negative point that will generate more discussion. But if I just say this is the only point, then that might generate less discussion.
Do you mind to repeat, because my the sound comes from that direction, so I didn't hear it clearly.
My point is, text analysis of the first response can indicate whether the response is arguing both sides, the plus points and the negative points in one answer, and another answer can be only 1 point, the positive answer. Then these two answers will generate more, the first one will generate more discussion and you will get more responses. Can one do that kind of a thing is the question.
And this is definitely something very interesting. So to make sure I understand, so you mean to further, so like think about additional characteristics to describe an answer. For example, one answer can have two different opinions, and that might have a different influence compared to another answer, which only mentions one opinion.
Correct. It's just a thought. I mean, if it can be done, it will be useful.
Yeah, I agree. I'm thinking so. But we need to think about how to do that. Maybe, I'm not sure whether it can be easily done by the sentiment analysis, but we need to think about whether there are ways to like, we need definitely think about that, but that is a great suggestion. So far, the only thing we have like marginally related to this is we track the number of comments under each answer. So the users can actually directly respond to an answer. So it's different from contribute a knowledge point. Say if a new user disagree with the answer is super controversial, the user can directly add comment below the answer. So the only marginal thing, like marginally related thing we did is we control for the number of comments to answer to control for the controversial needs. But it will be very interesting to actually figure out a smart way to get more information from the answer and to, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, if there are no further questions, I think we can proceed to discuss this.
Hi everyone. I'm going to share my screen. Just bear with me for a second. Hi, my name is Monique. I'm from Boston University. Thank you, Yan, and all the co-authors for the paper, and thank you for the conference organizers for asking me to discuss the paper. I still remember talking to Maiju in Baltimore about this paper 2 years ago. So it was very nice to revisit the idea and to actually read the paper. I really appreciate the opportunity. So the paper actually offers a very rich set of findings. Here's a summary of all the findings in the paper. The general question I think the authors are trying to tackle is how to get people to essentially answer more questions, how to promote knowledge production in that sense. And they found that the length of that first question matters a lot. A longer first question tends to lead to more answers later on. However, a longer first question tends to lead to fewer questions later on, but at the same time, if the first answer is longer, then the subsequent answers often are more diverse. And I concur with Rem in that I also struggled a lot with the definition of their definition of diversity until I actually read how they measured it. And I will talk more about it. But overall, they found that a longer first question depresses the number of subsequent answers, but promotes the diversity in terms of what the answers are talking about later on. And they also have the number of upvotes, which is the equivalent, I think, of likes here in the US. If you think of contexts like Quora, they also found that if the first answer has more likes, then that will also lead to more subsequent answers. They did a good job in terms of controlling for the topic of the question and the popularity of the question itself. So a question has a certain number of followers. So they used that to measure for the popularity of the question. And they also had measures to control for the category of the topic itself. There are a few broad categories in which all these questions are classified into. And then they also had this moderating role of having an expert writing that first answer. And they found a few moderating facts. For example, they found out that now when you consider an expert written first answer, then all of a sudden the number of likes essentially mattered less on volume. If you think about it intuitively, yes, if it is a chosen answer featured by the platform, then it's a good answer already. Then the number of votes becomes a weaker signal in some sense. At the same time, the length matters more on variety. So the intuition of this is if an expert wrote a lot in that first answer, then it pretty much emptied out that answer itself. So if you want to contribute a second answer, you have to write about something different. So that was intuitive to me as well. One thing that the authors did not sell a lot in the paper is having an expert written first answer actually overall lowers variety. So they found this, but they don't really talk a lot about it, which this finding I think actually makes a very interesting finding. If you already, I think people in the audience had the same intuition, it felt to me. If somebody comes out who is really knowledgeable and wrote a solid first answer, then the question is answered. It's very hard to come up with new things to add to that because it's very likely that that expert has a balanced view, talk about various things in that first answer. So that can lower variety in general. And I care about that finding for a different reason also, which is going to be on the next slide. I like the fact that the authors had two very well crafted instrument variables. They were very careful in terms of the exclusion criteria, the inclusion criteria. The instrument variables were very convincing. So the expert moderation results were convincing. And the authors also did put in a lot of effort in terms of robustness checks. They had, I think, about 5 robustness checks, and they really were very careful in terms of trying to make the analysis correct. So that was all the findings. I had some very big picture level questions, some context dependent questions to the paper itself, and some small questions for you to consider. So I'm going to start with the big picture questions. I couldn't stop wondering whether these findings have general implications on creativity in general. I think the current context is already interesting because people don't tend to think a lot about questions and answers. Like thinking about Quora or Zhihu itself, which is essentially a Chinese version of Quora, is a good starting point in terms of thinking about knowledge production. I'm not sure how much more you can push on that front. Can you, is it possible to generalize the implications a little bit on creativity? Is it possible to review the creativity literature to see whether this paper actually contributes to any kind of gap there? My general impression from the findings here is that it seems that people are more interested in writing / creating when the question itself is interesting, when there exists at least some basic answers already. However, at the same time, there's no solid conclusions that are already reached. This seems to me like the situation where people are most interested in contributing. I don't know whether you can distill a theme about this and then relate it to creativity, but if I were, writing this paper, that would be something I would be very tempted to do, just to broaden the contribution a little bit. And then related to that, I think people in our audience has also asked about this. We are focusing on the answers here for the most popular set of questions, just in terms of how the questions were selected. It's very hard not to wonder what makes these questions interesting in the first place. And in particular, if you think of content creation or knowledge creation, the hard part, this was my biggest learning from graduate school. Like asking a good question is much harder than answering an existing question oftentimes. So what makes questions interesting in the first place? I think the authors highlighted that some categories are more popular than other categories. Things like relationships, experiences, these are more popular categories where questions tend to get a lot of answers. what features. The only thing I can think of right off the top of my head is it sounds like these are very subjective categories. Things like stats or math or science, there is, as the audience pointed out, there is a right answer and there's not much to talk about. You just answer it and that's it. However, even within these categories, somewhat subjective categories, are there certain characteristics that would make one question more interesting and answer inducing than other questions? So if you think about your motivating examples of how the CEOs keep worrying about how to promote more answers, other than the, somehow manipulating the first answer itself, I think having people ask more interesting questions is probably at least as important. And you might have some tools here that can help you answer that a little bit. If not in this paper, then maybe even in a new paper. Like you have tools to analyze what makes some content very diverse, what makes some, you probably also know sentiment analysis. So you have a set of tools that can potentially help you dig a little deeper into the questions to understand what questions are more interesting. The last big picture question I had is, you guys currently build this simple model by essentially assuming certain signs of cross partials of the objective function, which made a lot of sense to me. I like how the model is built. Maybe consider talking about the psychological process behind these cross partial signs, like why is this positive, why is this negative? I think you do that a little bit now, but I think a bit more psychology might be helpful in terms of giving people a unifying sense of why everything is happening at the same time. Right now it's like one sign at a time, but if you can have a unifying framework of some sort, even from a psychological angle, that would be helpful. Relatedly, I think your model currently focuses on length as a right-hand side variable. If that, length is one of your most important right-hand side variable, but at the same time, it feels a little bit weird when the model just focuses about length, but at the same time, you have all these findings, not just about length, but about other things too, like the moderating role of an expert. I'm not really sure what my recommendation is for this. Maybe consider, talking more about the psychology. It's very much of a tasting. I think different people would want different things out of the modeling section. Right now, it feels like it's nice to have a model. It makes sense with the cross partial, but the model is not relating to all the findings in your empirical section. So that's where there can be a little bit of a disconnect. You can either expand your model to try to include a few more variables, or you can just adopt a completely different approach and talk about the psychology behind things, why the cross partials, why you would expect a certain sign from the finding. So I'll leave that to you, but that's currently how it feels to me. So in terms of the context specific or medium-sized questions, I think you talked quite late in the paper in terms of why you care a lot about the number of answers. You mentioned it a little bit too in the introduction, but this is actually very critical. It seems to me that the platforms really want a high number because they put ads in the middle of, in between these answers. And that's a key motivation. You probably want to talk a little bit about how generalizable this motivation is, that how much does it carry over to other platforms that say are not questions and answers based? Would knowledge generation platforms have similar motivations in terms of increasing the numbers? Also, when you have a lot of ads placed in between the answers, the ads themselves at some point might become annoying, and that might have, if I'm a potential answer writer, I might think, by the time I write, it will be the 10th answer or the 5th answer. People will have to see not just 4 answers, but like 4 ads before I write the answer. So that at some point the ads might start to have an effect. I don't know whether it plays an important effect as of now in your current context, but it's nice to at least talk about it so that people feel reassured that it's not a big deal. Also, length and variety both feel to me as effort measures. Like if I'm writing an answer, I can make an effort by writing a longer answer, or I can try to make an effort by talking about different things. They're not exactly ability or quality measures to me. Again, this is a very subjective thing. I don't know how exactly it would measure the ability of the answer writers to write a quality answer. But I think Ying in the comment actually asked a great question. I think the number of comments, I wasn't really thinking about this. I think the number of comments on that answer itself might actually be a good measure on this. Like if it's a high quality answer, a lot of people might comment on it, not just upvote and like it, but like comment on it. That might be somewhat of a quality measure. Like I'm not just putting an effort in this answer, but people actually find it a very interesting answer. I also, this is more just a thought. I don't think it's necessarily expected. You have to talk about both effort and quality measures. This is just one way I think about effort versus quality. I think of them as quite different things. In terms of diversity, this is actually important. So I was also feeling a bit lost until I saw that you use machine learning to define diversity by using this document to vector methods to distill content into 20 dimensions, essentially. So it might be intuitively helpful if you explain what the 20 dimensions are. Sometimes it's impossible with machine learning, I understand that, but at least describe roughly, what are the common dimensions so that people have an intuitive understanding of what dimensions we're thinking of when we are thinking of diversity. This is potentially innovation. Right now, it's defined so late that it almost feels like a weakness to the paper, but it, as a matter of fact, can be actually a strength of the paper. You might want to talk about exactly how it's defined early on in the paper as a potential contribution. I'm going to finish with some small quibbles. The experts are defined by the platform. The platform's features decides what answers to feature, and once two answers are featured, they become an expert. I don't know how much users trust the platform selection of featured answers. If you have some anecdotal evidence or some very rough evidence in terms of, the users actually care about these featured answers, and therefore they have a reason to care about somebody having a lot of featured answers, that will be helpful, because right now it's really just the platform chose these things. Why would I as a user care? How much do I care about the features? And then also the features come from multiple sources. Are they different? Are they highly correlated? Are they pretty much the same? I think it might be helpful to say a word or two about that too. And the answers, it seems to be arranged always by chronicle orders in terms of time. I wonder if the answers were ever rearranged by the platform based on, let's say, quality measures like the number of likes. If that ever happens, then that becomes a problem. The first answer is not really the first answer. Like the featured answer people see can be the most popular answer. I hope that never happened, but some reassurance around that would be very helpful. There was one robustness check, I think it was the last one, where you use quantity controls when you test for variety, and when you use variety controls when you test for quantity, effects on quantity. I think it probably would be safer if these controls are based on previous answers as opposed to all of the answers. Like the quantity of subsequent answers might be affected by the variety of existing previous answers. I think some division of time would be helpful. It's hard for me to comprehend why the quantity of subsequent answers after that first one would be affected by the variety of all answers in that 2-month window. It's some kind of, I think you were trying to control for state dependence, and one key character of state dependence is it carries out over time. So if you can divide existing from previous, that would probably make it more clean. The last thing is really small. There were some translations of Chinese words. I think what you call spaces, I would call them columns. What you call thoughts, I would call them ideas. And what you call self, I would call them either experiences or adventures. And this is purely because I happen to know Chinese. So when I read your examples in the figures, I notice certain things. So that's all I have. I think you did put in great effort for this paper with perfect glance. It was 27 pages and I enjoyed reading it. Thank you very much for writing the paper. I wish you the best of luck going forward.
Thank you so much for the great comments. The creativity related to creative literature and in the think about the psychology or consumer behavior reasons behind the model are super helpful. Big question type of comments. We're definitely going to think about that. The second big question comments, what makes a question a good question? that indeed might be another very interesting research question. In our current work, we choose the most popular questions also because we want to at least compare apple to apple. So compare the same type of most popular questions. And one question, those are big questions, we do need to think about it. There is one measure related question, both relate to your comments and comments from Professor Mercy. So so whether we only focus on length and upvotes as the only characteristics. So one potential characteristics can be whether the first answer has a multiple opinion or controversial opinion. So maybe one way we can do it is extending the similar method we're using right now. So we're now comparing the similarity between different answers. We can actually take the first answer and compare. The first answer must have several sentences, and we can compare that's just general direction. We can potentially compare whether the sentences are similar or are they the same opinion or controversial opinion in the same answer. Will that have more influence? But we need to also think more. If we add additional variable, we definitely want to think about why we characterize the first answer with those. What is the theoretical reason or what is consumer behavior? But those are really, really super helpful comments. Thank you. Can I ask a clarifying question from the chat box? So there is a question says, or comment says, idea of rewarding question versus answer is interesting. So what is the rewarding question here means? Or is it some comment follow up the answer provided by my co-authors? Okay.
Jan, I have a question. Does the firm ever ask a question? Does Quora have the right to ask another question based on a bad question?
Good question. So we don't have a statistic on this, but I'm a daily user of Zhihu. I do observe there are CEO of companies ask a question, but I never pass through the situation when firm ask question, but we can check.
Yeah, just to get more advertising, they may be phrasing questions also in their own interest or their employees.
Yeah, we can take a look. There could be some startup companies, they create question to drive the traffic. We can check.
Interesting. But thank you. I think a round of applause is always a good thing. Silence is not very nice. So I'm going to say good job.
Thank you. So I guess it will be time for the next one. All right. Let me open up the chat box on my screen. So we have about a minute. I'll just wait until the time starts. All right, it's 12 o'clock. Hi, everyone. Thanks for being here on a Saturday afternoon, especially during lunch hour. And let me first by thanking the conference organizer for keeping the conference running even during the last 2 very difficult years. And of course, for including this paper in the program this year. Today, I'm going to present a joint work with Max Wei at USC and Iju at the University of Minnesota too. Unfortunately, I think either of the two is here today. So believe me, even after teaching on Zoom completely last year, I still sometimes struggle to keep track of the chat box and raising hands. So please just feel free to jump in if I don't see your question in the chat box. And I may just pause a couple times to check to see if I can answer any questions. Okay, let me start. So I guess I don't really need to sell hard on the fact that more and more online platforms have emerged to match consumers with service providers. Most of us have probably rented a place to stay for our trips using Airbnb or Verbal. When we attended the conference in person in Dallas, most of us actually used Uber or Lyft to go from the airport to the hotel or between the hotel and the business school. At some point, I guess we thought there seems to be a platform for everything we can do from day to day. Now, Albert Hirschman, in his seminal book, Exit, Voice, and Loyalty, highlighted the importance of customer voice in relation to customer exits. Customer voice happens when customers let the firms know their dissatisfaction with the quality of products or services that they purchased. Now, in the online platforms, I would say customer voice is pretty salient because most of these two-sided platforms have a review system in place where the customers can rate service providers, write reviews, or even submit a formal complaint. Right? These reviews and ratings, they have impact on the service provider's income. On one hand, the review system can help the platforms to monitor service quality and screen out the providers with low quality. On the other hand, the voice of dissatisfaction of the platform level problems could be misattributed to the individual service providers. For example, let's say a ride sharing platform assigns a driver that is far away to a passenger. At the end of the trip, the customer may give a low rating due to the long wait experience. Now that is a platform level problem. That is not the driver's fault. That low rating may have a negative impact on the driver's future income. And if that problem is not addressed, then that negative experience may repeat itself, and eventually that may affect the customer usage down the road. So this misattribution can affect actually both sides of the market. So in this paper, we look at this issue in the context of ride-sharing platform, and we focus on surge pricing, a platform design or mechanism that is used to balance demand and supply. And I guess most of us have experience of surge, right? When we use Uber or Lyft. Now, it's shown that surge pricing can actually work. In this case study, on the left panel here, there was a 20-minute surge breakdown in New Year's Eve in 2014 in New York City. During that 20 minutes surge breakdown, as you can see in the figure here, the average waiting time spiked. And then as a result, the completion rate of call requests plummeted. Now, nearly 3 months later, still in New York, in Madison Square Garden, after a concert, surge kicked in, and we can see, there was like a no impact on the completion rate because surge worked as designed. It incentivizes drivers to come out and serve, increasing that supply. In the meantime, it makes price-sensitive customers to choose to wait or other transportation modes, and that effectively reduced demand, right? But on the other hand, I guess most of us have read somewhere about customers, they're just not happy about paying that high prices, especially when the service is really needed. Okay, So that led us to answer specifically the following research questions in the context of ride-sharing platforms. First, to what extent does surge pricing affect customer complaint rates? And if it does increase customer complaint rates, how does the surge-induced complaint influence a driver's future income? And finally, how does surge affect the platform in terms of customer usage? So for the rest of the talk, I'm going to introduce you to the data we used, and I'm gonna describe the empirical strategies that we use to address each of these three questions. And finally, I'm gonna present some key findings from the paper. Okay, so let me pause for a little bit to see if there's any questions. Okay, great. In the interest of time, I'm not going to give a full review on the related literature, but broadly speaking, the paper is related to 4 streams of research. The first one is customer complaints in general, pioneered by the book that I mentioned by Albert Hirschman. And then the second stream is related to reputation or feedback systems in all these online platforms. That show positive reviews can have, be related to higher consumer demand, and also the critical role of the review system plays in these online sharing platforms. And then our paper is also related to a growing body of literature about ride sharing economy in general, as well as dynamic pricing mechanism. Now we intended to, oh, by the way, I think if you don't see your name on the list, just forgive me, it's a growing body of literature, so we need to keep track of or update the literature. So we intended to make the following contributions to all these literatures that I just talked about, the 4 streams. The first one is our results actually provide evidence to show that customer voice of dissatisfaction can be misattributed to individual service providers on these online two-sided platforms, especially when the underlying cause is not a service provider's fault. And we also highlight this bias caused by this misattribution, and that suggests a need for the platforms to actually correct those biases in order to retain their service providers. And finally, we try to contribute to the literature on ride-sharing economy by quantifying the economic impact of customer complaints on drivers' earnings. And then we also kind of empirically demonstrate the interaction between a dynamic pricing mechanism and the review system, which, both of these mechanisms are typically thought of as 2 different systems utilized by the platforms for different purposes, but we actually highlighted the kind of the interaction between the 2. Okay. All right, let me jump in to talk about the data we used for answering these questions. We got access to the data from one of the largest ride-sharing platform in China. We were given data from 2 cities. City A is a big city among the top 5 in terms of platform usage. Because of the large volume of observations, we were only given a random sample in that city. That is from January to April in 2017, and that gives us a little over 4 million trips, covering 122,000 drivers and a little over 1 million customers. And City B is a much smaller city. For that reason, we were given the full record in 2 months in 2016 from October to November. And that gives us a little over 1 million number of trips, covering over 7,000 drivers and 215,000 users. So what we observe is for each completed trip, we observe almost everything about that particular trip, including like the locations of the pickup location, destination, several timestamps, the time when the call was initiated, when the driver was assigned, when the driver arrived at the pickup location, when the trip started, and when the customer was dropped off. So all these timestamps we observe in the data. We also observe the estimated and actual trip distance and duration and the fare that customers paid. And more importantly, we observe the ratings that each customer gave on each trip from 1 to 5, just like Uber. And we observe an indicator on whether or not surge was in effect for that particular trip, and also an indicator on whether or not a complaint was submitted by the customer for that particular trip. We also supplemented the data with rain condition on any given day, as well as the air quality index. We believe both of them can affect whether or not customers take a ride, or whether or not they actually complain or gave a lower rating. Right, so that's the data that we used to answer these research questions. Now, I know I talked about customer complaint up until now. We haven't really officially defined it yet, or how we optionalize it in our paper. So here in our context, we define customer complaint as either a customer gives a rating lower than 4 out of 5, or a formal written complaint was submitted by a particular customer for that particular trip. We looked at the data, and those two were almost substitute. That means they don't often happen at the same time for that same trip. And for that reason, we combined them to be defined as customer complaint. But in one robustness check, we actually use either of the two as separate dependent variable, and we found consistent results throughout. So for that reason, we report the result from combining the two as a customer complaint. And in the data, we do observe that complaint, based on that definition, is rare. So in city A, they only happened 0.81% out of all the observations that we observed. And in city B, we observe a complaint only happened like 1.1%. Now, in addition to complaint, let me give you some information about the other factors or variables that we used in the following empirical analysis. So surge happens much more frequently in city A at a 5.2%. During the 4-month window that we have data, and it happened only 0.5% during that 2-month window that we have data in city B. And we also constructed some other variables, factors, for example, traffic, pickup delay, travel detour, arrival delay, all these trip level characteristics that could potentially contribute to customer complaints, right? So that's the data we use. For the rest of the analysis, we focus on using city A because that is a much larger sample size. But we do use city B for one of the questions, and I will try to make it clear when we come to the analysis part. Okay, let me pause here. All right. So first, let me give you some model-free evidence before I introduce the empirical strategies. The figure here shows you the difference in the fractions of trips with complaint between the surge trips and non-surge trips for any given day across the 4-month window in city A in 2017. Now, during that 4-month window, we actually observe a policy change, which we will use it later on in the analysis. But that policy essentially caps the surge prices, both for the absolute amount as well as the surge multiplier. So what we are seeing here before the policy change on March 8th, 2017, the difference in the complaint rates between the search trips and the non-search trips is always positive. That means search trips has a higher complaint rates relative to the non-search trips. And after the policy change, then that difference dropped significantly, actually close to 0 on average. And that really just from the data, raw data, without controlling for any potential factors. And before I jump into the model, let me show you another graph. This shows you the surge intensity on a hexagon grid in city A on 4 given hours within a day. I'm showing you we are actually splitting or define zones in a hexagon grid because this is how the platform, also like Uber here in the United States, they operate like this. They assign trips based on this hexagon grid. Also, surge is triggered based on the hexagon grid as well. So what you're seeing here, white color, that shows that the surge intensity is at the average level across all locations and all hours within a day. Red, yellow, or orange, the red means the surge intensity is the highest within that hour, and blue, like a gray color, that means the surge intensity is lower than the average, right? So from this figure, we can see the surge happens at different locations at different times within that city. So that shows that it's important for us to actually control for time and the location in our following empirical analysis. Okay, so that leads me to jump into the model part. Like I mentioned, we try to answer 3 different research questions. The first one is how surge affects complaint rates. We use 2 different approaches to answer this question. The main one is this regression-based linear probability model, where whether or not a trip gets a customer complaint is the dependent variable, and then surge J is an indicator variable showing us whether or not surge was on for that particular trip. So the key parameter of interest is this beta. And of course, we all know that drivers, it's their choice to decide whether or not they're going to take on a search trip. And it's also the rider's choice to whether or not take on a search trip, right? So it's important for us to control for all these unobserved driver characteristics and as well as passenger characteristics. So that's why we're including these driver and rider fixed effects. And in one robustness check, we also include, instead of the driver fixed effect, we included driver time fixed effects to capture any time varying driver characteristics that changes within a day. And as I mentioned, we also control for the time and location of that particular trip to capture these time variation and location variation. In another robustness check, we included time zone fixed effects to allow for these time varying location characteristics, right? In addition to all these fixed effects, we included some other trip level factors that I mentioned earlier to account for these other potential factors that could contribute to customer complaint. Okay, to show or to show the robustness of the regression analysis, we actually utilize a key feature implemented by the platform on how surge is triggered. And we utilize that feature that allows us to use a matching estimator. So here, the underlying identification strategy is, if you remember that hexagon grid, surge is triggered in each hexagon box. And if we think about 2 trips on 2 sides of a border of a hexagon, right? One trip is experienced a surge, the other did not. And intuitively, we can compare the customer complaint rates between 2 such trips. And we can apply a similar logic to the time dimension before and after the time cutoff when the surge was triggered. Right. So basically, for each trip, for each surge trip, we can match it with non-surge trips that were in close proximity to the originating time and location of that particular surge trip day. And eventually what we did is to calculate what we call in matching estimator as the average treatment effect of the treated. Now, for the second research question, we try to answer how surge affect driver income, but first we actually look at how complaints affect driver income. Okay, so here it's hard to actually using a regression-based analysis to get the causal impact, but luckily we are actually utilizing again a policy design feature, a discontinuity feature in the policy design. So how does complaint affect income? Here, complaints and lower ratings for that fact are key determinants of the service score that the platform calculates for each driver. And those service scores can affect drivers' income mainly through two channels. First, the platform gives priority when it comes to assigning a trip to the drivers with higher scores. And second, when customers see the drivers that were assigned having a lower score, then they can cancel the trip. So basically, that's how the service score can affect the driver's income. And here we model the driver's daily income as a function of the recent customer complaint rate. And here, the only complaint rates or only complaints received in the last 300 trips matter when the platform computes the driver's service score. So we actually use this discontinuity to get at the causal impact of the complaint rates on the income. Okay. And finally, the last—
Lily, can I ask a question?
Yeah, of course, go ahead.
So can you go back to the previous page?
Sure.
Thanks. So I don't know whether this is going to matter, but with the low fraction rate, does it make sense to split the complaint rates into the complaints from surge trips versus non-surge trips and see whether it's affecting them different? I think from the user side, it wouldn't help, but from the platform side, they may be able to treat those two things differently. One more strict than the other one.
So we didn't do that in this paper, but that's a good suggestion. But what we are trying to get at here is really how customer complaint, no matter whether it's surge trip or not, how customer complaint rate affect the income, and then through that we are gonna get at the indirect effect of surge on income, and then we're gonna compare that with the direct effect of surge on income to see how exactly the surge affect income.
Right, but from the driver's perspective, right? You decide, with the surge trips, you get more revenue, but you also might get a complaint, and then the question is whether this complaint potentially has different negative impact than other, complaints. I mean, the fraction is pretty low, so I don't know whether this is even possible to do, but just a thought.
Yeah, thank you. Like I said, we can easily do that, splitting it between the surge trips and non-surge trips. Thanks. And finally, the last research question is about how surge affect the platform. And here we actually utilize that policy change that I mentioned earlier, that exogenous policy change that can help us look at how surge affect the platform. First, we look at how the policy change affects the impact of surge on complaint rates. So we are using the same linear probability model, but this time we actually add interaction between the surge and policy, as well as the policy indicator. Okay, so row 1 here, if it is negative and significant, that shows that by capping the surge prices can actually mitigate the impact of surge on the complaint rates. And finally, we wanted to look at how surge affects the platform in terms of customer usage. And it's not a straightforward task because customers' choice of taking a search trip is endogenous. So this policy change allows us to get an answer to this question. So we model the number of trips completed by each customer on a given day as a function of the policy change, that indicator, controlling for customer fixed effects, as well as a set of control variables like the day of week, holiday, rain condition, air quality, basically the same set of control variables we use throughout these analysis. All right, so let me jump into the results that we found. So let's first look at the impact of surge on customer complaint rates. Here we use CDA data, and we also apply the same analysis on CDB, but I'm showing you the results from CDA here. Okay, so first, what we are seeing here is driving surge trips can actually produce a 0.101 percentage point increase in the probability of getting a complaint relative to driving a non-surge trip. In other words, surge can increase the probability of customer complaint by a factor of 1.13. Okay, and if we look at other factors that are, again, not the driver's fault, for example, traffic condition, that can actually, again, increase the probability of getting customer complaints. Right? And if we look at our matching estimator, we see similar consistent results with a similar magnitude. So we see surge trips produce a higher, on average, a higher complaint rates relative to trips without surge, and that difference is significant. And if we compare those two percentages for surge trips with between surge trips and trips without surge, then that factor is actually very close to that 1.13, similar to what we found in the regression analysis. And in terms of,
can I ask a question?
Sure, go ahead.
Do you also, maybe I missed this part, but do you also observe when people actually file the complaint and when they finish the trip?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do observe the timestamp on when the complaint was submitted and when the trip was completed.
I see. And then do you control for that gap in this regression? Because my intuition is that maybe this might be a conservative estimate somehow, because it's more likely that people are in a rush when they still opt into this ride share platform when the surge pricing is on. And then probably those customers may not leave this complaint right after the trip is over because they have to be in a hurry or something. So perhaps like because of this lag that they file their complaints later, like the number of complaints would actually drop almost, like if that makes any sense. Do you follow the story? So I was like super unsatisfied because of this, after this trip due to surge pricing or something else, but then I forgot to file the complaint immediately because I also had to rush to somewhere else. And then later I have to, when I joined the platform once again, I almost forget to file that complaint. I don't know.
Along the same lines, Lindley, I could argue the opposite. First of all, there's quite a bit of endogeneity in selection going on. First, the search price, how the platform really chooses when to do the search, maybe dependent on the weather conditions and other things to themselves. So rather than them directly affecting, they could be driving this. And secondly, people who have an opt-in, as Yvonne said, whether to accept the search price or not. And I could also argue that people who are accepting the search price, they have higher expectations, so they may be more disappointed. So it could work the other way too, and they could end up complaining too. So basically the idea is that there are way to control for these endogeneity and selection, or dive a little bit deeper into the mechanism and see what may be driving some of these results.
Yeah, fair point. In Wang, I think we do have those timestamps. I can definitely check, after controlling for that, what we will see the change in terms of result. Monkey, I do get that question about endogeneity, selection issues, as well as any other potential factors that can contribute to the difference in the customer complaint rates between the surge and non-surge trips. And that's basically why, in terms of the weather and air quality and all the other factors, we try our best to control for it. And also the tons of fixed effects that we included. That being said, I know it's almost, impossible to totally control for or absolutely, resolve that endogeneity, any other remaining endogeneity issues. And that's why we also utilize that matching estimator to find that reassurance that we can actually find similar effects with similar magnitude. And we tried our best to address that issue here. Okay. Okay, let me move on to the.
There is also another sort of self-selection issue, but this may not systematically affect, whether there's surge pricing or not. But, I don't know about this particular ride share, but, if you give anything less than a 5-star rating, then you have to actually spend time to basically say why it is that you've given. So it kind of imposes a cost on you to give anything less than a full 5 rating. But I don't know if that has, that would, with surge pricing, maybe you're more likely to volunteer to complain relative to not. So I guess that might go in the same direction as what Yuan was basically saying. There might be some underreporting of complaints. So I don't know.
Yeah, so we can definitely check into, unfortunately, we don't observe the content of the complaints or like why they gave lower ratings or why they submitted that formal complaint. If we do have that data, we can definitely get into more like the mechanism part, whether or not they are just not happy about paying high prices, or whether or not it's really about the amount they are paying, or whatever other reason, or weather or road condition. So without having access to that data, unfortunately, we were not able to get into those mechanism part, which is unfortunate. I would agree that would definitely strengthen the paper. So yeah, but I take all these as fair points.
And to Nanda's point, do you have a sense of in Chinese culture whether people are more polite, they don't complain too much, versus here? That could also make a difference to your estimates in terms of what is high, what is low.
That's true. I mean, if we apply the same thing to data on Uber, I guess we probably would have a different magnitude. The reason for the platform actually to implement that policy change is to address the public outcry about their unhappiness about paying that high price. It's early on through in the a little bit background about ride sharing in China. Early on, they actually were used to pay really low price relative to taxi, and then now suddenly they have these surge prices. So the users are really not happy about it, and that's why the company was trying to implement a surge policy change to address that publicity. But when we talked to the company, actually they had no idea that surge actually can affect complaint toward an individual driver. They were surprised actually to see that finding. Okay, so let me move on to the, thanks for all the points. I'll try to follow up in our analysis. And let me move on to the second research question, how surge affect driver income. And here we first look at how complaints affect driver income. And like I mentioned earlier, we use that discontinuity design. Only the complaints received in the previous 300 trips, they affect the service score, therefore affect driver income. And here we see that for 1 percentage point increase in the customer complaint rate, can actually reduce the driver daily income. And we wanted to really look at whether or not this discontinuity help us get at the causal impact. So we split the complaint rates into 4 100 intervals, from the past 400 trips. And if that discontinuity works as designed, then we would see all those intervals with the previous 300 trips would have negative impact. And then right after that 300 trips, and for any trips prior to the last 300 trips would have no effect on driver income. And that's what we see in this result here on the second column here. Now, to further illustrate that discontinuity, we actually split the past 450 trips into 45 10-trip intervals. And what we are plotting here are the point estimate on the impact of complaint on the driver income. And again, as you can see, for all the complaint rates in the last 300 trips, they all have negative impact. And then as soon as you go above that previous 300 trips, then the impact goes away. Now, taken together, the answers to the first two research questions, right? So for the this driver income analysis, we actually used the city B data because we have the full record. City A, we only have random sample, so we cannot, reliably compute the daily income for each driver. So from City A data, we showed that driving search trips leads to 0.334 percentage point increase in the complaint rate. And then taken together with the impact of customer complaint on driver income, and we actually showed the indirect effect. Here, a driver's daily income is reduced by 5.1% due to that increased complaint rate. Now, what about the direct effect, right? We all know that drivers, sometimes they even chase the surge because that means a higher income. So through conversation with the platform, we were told that surge price can increase a driver's trip fare by about 20% on average. So if we compare those two, we did a back of envelope calculation here. We see that actually about 25% or a quarter of that direct income lift can be offset by this future income loss due to the surge induced increased customer complaint. Right, so that's kind of the first part of the answer to the first two questions. Now let's look at how surge affects the platform. We first look at how this policy change by capping the surge prices, how that affects the impact of surge on complaint rates. So what we are seeing here is before the policy change, again, surge increases the probability of getting a complaint by a factor of 0.17 here. And we actually see through that interaction term, the policy decreased the impact of surge on complaint rate, but this time it's only marginally at a 0.1 or 90% significance level. There could be a couple of reasons leading to that marginal significance. One is that, even though we have a large sample size, but if you look at the sample on search trips is actually relatively small. And another could be that this result could indicate that customers, they are just not happy about paying that high price, not really about the amount that they are paying, it's that they're just not happy about the fact that they're paying high prices. But of course, again, without knowing the reason behind of given a low rating or submitting a complaint, we were not able to look at exactly why. And that we would leave it as a future research direction. So again, here we applied the matching estimator and we matched trips before the policy change, and we matched the trips after the policy change. And again, we found consistent results with similar magnitude. So that gives us some reassurance on the results we got from the regression analysis. Okay, so the final question we look at is how surge affect platform usage, right? And we use that policy change again, look at how capping the surge prices affect customer daily number of trips. So what we found here is on average, a rider completes more trips per day after the policy change. And we looked at the data, or we split the data in a number of different ways. We look at high surge locations versus low surge locations. We look at high surge hours versus low surge hours within a day. And throughout, we found similar results. And one implication out of this set of results is that if prices are too high, that's just gonna lead to a decrease in customers' platform usage, and that's bad for the platform. And by implementing this surge caps, not only decreased the customer complaint, but also increased the trip volume, and therefore it could increase the revenue for the platform. Okay, so to sum up, the key findings of our paper, number one, we found the evidence that surge price or surge significantly increased the probability of getting a customer complaint. And that surge-induced customer complaint can actually have a substantial impact, negative impact on the driver's daily income. Taken together, these two, we showed that actually a quarter of the income lift due to surge can be offset by the future income loss due to the increased customer complaint. And finally, we showed that the high surge prices of a key platform design can cause customer complaints or voice of dissatisfaction and potentially lower the platform sales. Now, these results have implications to the platform as well as the service providers, right? So it shows that the platform should, it will be in their interest, right, to do something about this complaints caused by the factors that are not the provider's fault, because the platforms need to retain these service providers in order to fulfill the needs on the other side of the market, which is the customers. And although in our paper, we were not able to have any specific recommendations on how the platform could redesign their review system, but at the very least, I think the results shows that they can discount the complaints or lower ratings that are due to the factors that are just out of the control by the service providers. And the paper also shows that misattributed complaints are actually useful for the platforms to detect any potential platform level problems, and subsequently by addressing that problems that could be beneficial to the platforms, right? And lastly, the paper or the results actually have implications for the providers that they need to be aware of this potential negative impact of dynamic pricing on their income, especially for the new providers, right? New drivers who are accumulating good reviews and accumulating their service scores. Don't just bluntly chase the surge or dynamic pricing, but they need to be aware that this potential negative impact. And with that, that's all I got. And thank you for your attention, questions, and time listening to my talk. Thank you.
Right, Lindley, I'll share my screen.
Okay. If there's no any other questions, I'll turn the table to Pranav.
Can I ask you one question while Pranav is setting things up? So
sure.
how, when you let's say you want to go somewhere and the platform assigns a driver to you, you as the end user see the rating of the driver. How often does a person decline or say, I don't want to go with this driver because this guy's rating is 4.3 and not 5. You know, does that happen? Or I just want to go get somewhere, and even if the guy has a rating of 4, I'm just going to go anyway. So, so what role do these ratings actually play in the end user's choice?
So that's a good question. We do see consumers cancel trips after a driver is assigned. Unfortunately, we don't really know why they cancel the trip. And you know, from the platform point of view, the cancellation can happen from either side of the market. Either the driver can cancel a trip. The driver may not want to go to another place, that destination, so the driver can cancel a particular trip. But if a driver cancels too much, then that affects actually the driver's score, and that, you know, will affect their future trip assignment. So the platform has a penalty to the drivers if they cancel. On the other side, the customers can also cancel the trips once either before or after the driver is assigned. And again, there is only a time range when the customer can cancel the trip. Otherwise, the customer can actually have to pay for that cancellation as well. So we do see cancellations from either side, but unfortunately, we don't know why. And we can see actually the cancellation happens about some number around 10% of the trips.
Yeah, and you know, the reason I ask is because cancellation, especially in a country like India, can happen for very interesting reasons. Because the driver can actually, I mean, because this actually happened to me a couple of times, where the driver actually, you know, calls me and he says, you know, how much is Uber wanting you to pay? And I basically give him the number, and he's like, you know, why don't you cancel the trip? I'll actually give you the ride for exactly the same price. So basically, he's just wanting to not give the rideshare platform
the share of money.
Yeah. So, you know, so I guess, you know, I canceled, but it had nothing to do with, you know, his rating or whatever, you know, so I didn't care. So I just wanted to get to wherever I wanted to go.
Yeah, I think that definitely happens. It happened to me personally in San Francisco when I was attending the 6th conference there. The driver would just call me or text me asking me where I go. And as soon as I tell the driver I'm going to San Francisco airport, and then the driver just asked me to cancel because the driver wants to avoid the penalty from the platform. And you know, I have no way to avoid that situation. I have to cancel and then request again. So definitely, you know, there's other reasons why we do cancellations, and of course, I also know these ratings can definitely, you know, have an impact on their income, because if you look at those driver forums, Uber or Lyft, they have a forum, and they all talk about you know, how the bad ratings can actually affect their income or earnings or welfare in general.
Also, really quickly.
Yeah.
Really quickly, do you control for repeated surge user effect? So that means there may be some people who repeatedly use surge, so their expectations will might change over time. First time around, they may complain. Second time around, they'll get used to it. And so is there like I know that you have fixed effects in the model, but is there a way to control for, you know, repeated users? Because that'll give you a better estimate also.
Yeah, so I think in one version of the paper that we worked on, we actually looked at some consumer heterogeneity effect. So there we actually looked at whether or not the customer has experienced search before, but you know, for whatever reasons, we actually took it out from the paper due to the reviewers' comments. Yeah, we did look into that in the analysis. Okay, so I don't want to take too much time from Pranav, but thank you for all the questions. It's really interesting.
All right, thank you. Sorry, can everybody hear me? Yes, okay, fantastic. So first of all, thank you to UT Dallas, the organizers, for organizing this conference again. As usual, the selection of papers has been extremely fantastic, and I can now say why my paper was not accepted. So, but having said that, I also commend the matching between the discussants and the papers themselves. I think a lot of discussants have done a fantastic job commenting on the paper. Of course, thank you to Lindley, Max, and Yi for sharing this paper. I thoroughly enjoyed reading the paper, and I learned more about the paper in talking to Lindley and sharing my feedback with her. So everything that I'm going to talk about today, she already knows. So I'll dive right in. Lindley did a great job talking about the paper, so I'll just give you my interpretation of the analysis and the results. So the premise of the paper is fairly simple. Review mechanisms are ubiquitous. And these incentives, they the review mechanism incentivizes agents to provide better quality, but at the same time, they punish the agents, the seller, if they're not providing good quality. The question that the paper looks at is, what happens if these complaints or low ratings are unrelated to the seller? So as Lindley showed in her first slide, the applications are far-ranging. So surge pricing on ride-sharing platforms, you could think of Amazon delivering your package and the package is broken because of UPS, but the seller gets a bad rating, or you booking hotels through a third-party aggregator, but then incur inconvenience when canceling or changing the reservations. So again, the hotel gets the blame for that. So the paper is in the context of surge pricing. Very quickly, the three questions over here are, does surge pricing impact complaint rates? If it does, then what is the impact of surge pricing induced complaints on drivers' income? And finally, something about the platform usage, complaints on the platform, and customer usage. So there are a lot of things to like about this paper. Everybody over here, I don't need to convince them that it is an important and pertinent topic, contributes to the research on impact of review system, on design of review systems. The data that Lindley and her co-authors have access to is extremely rich, extremely detailed, granular. They have data from 2 large cities, and from one of them, they actually observe the complete history of trips. The findings are very relevant, they're intuitive, and as Lindley discussed on the last slide, they contribute a lot to the managerial implications as well. My job here is a little bit easier because Yuvan, Nanda, and Venki already asked the most difficult questions. So I will do a mere job of iterating what they said. Quickly about the data setting. So largest ride-sharing platform in China, data from 2 cities. One of them is the bigger city from which there's a random sample of trips. The key over there is that in that data, there is a change in policy on curbing surge pricing, which allows them to study the effect of that policy. The second city, it's smaller, but they observe the complete history, which means they have information on consumer complaint rates, which allows them to study the effect of surge-induced pricing on drivers' income or complaints. Again, I'll not go into the details of the data, but very quickly, my presentation over here is going to take a slightly different form where I'll talk about each question, I'll talk about the analysis and my thoughts, which would give Lindley also a sense of how the paper could be organized differently, which is something we spoke about. So the first question, does surge pricing impact complaint rates? The dependent variable is complaint rate, which combines complaints as well as low ratings. There are a rich set of controls over here, including driver fixed effects, customer fixed effects, trip level characteristics, temporal characteristics, and the key coefficient of interest here is beta. The authors do robustness using a matching estimator and find that surge pricing increases complaint rates by about 13%. One big picture comment over here is the paper about complaints or review ratings. And we could think of 2 different responses. One, it doesn't matter. Why does it not matter? Because, well, first of all, there are robustness checks to either definition, which I think is fantastic. The other thing which Lindley mentioned was complaint and low reviews appear to be substitutes on the demand side. So consumers are either engaging in complaints or low reviews. Of course, there are differences in costs, which is what Nanda mentioned, and maybe temporal differences in when they're incurred, as Yvonne mentioned. There's a counter argument that maybe it does, right? And that goes to the supply side, which is how do these ratings and complaints contribute towards the driver score? Because if they contribute differentially to the driver score, then they may have a differential impact on the trip because the consumer sees the driver score. The other thing which I was thinking about was in study 1 or research question 1 and research question 3, complaint rate is defined based on both ratings and complaints, whereas for the second study, it is based only on complaints. So there is a slight difference between these definitions, which is something to think about. Now, if the authors do take the perspective of combining complaints or review ratings, then there's the next question of what is a low review rating. Nanda mentioned a rating of 4.3 being low. I was very close to that. So, but the point over here is how do we decide that a rating of less than 3 or less than 4 is a low rating? I understand Lily mentioned that there are some institutional features which support that. So I think it would help to have a more detailed and thorough discussion on that and perhaps do robustness to that specification. Getting into the question then, some thoughts about the first research question. One thought I had was, what if the driver changes their behavior in response to surge pricing? So Wang et al. Have a paper where they document evidence of drivers changing behavior that is not in response to surge pricing, but there is some evidence that drivers respond to external characteristics. So what if drivers change their behavior in response to surge pricing? That is, they drive more carelessly when there is surge pricing. How do we now identify the causal effect of surge pricing, right? And the matching estimator is a good robustness check, but doesn't really get at this because ideally what we need is within driver temporal variation, which in some sense is unanticipated, right? So the thought process here would be to have some sort of instruments which exogenously impact surge pricing, maybe some unanticipated congestion or an accident or some unanticipated events. Now I understand, this is difficult, right? You already have a rich data set. I'm asking too much, but at the same time, I feel this is the punchline of the paper, right? This is the meat of the paper. And given you want to make a claim about causal inference, I think it is important to nail that and push the envelope further on that. Right. The other point, this is what Venki mentioned, that look, there could be some element of disappointment over here, right? So consumers probably expect better service when there is surge pricing, and just because they don't get better service, there could be some disappointment, right? Now, this issue could be exacerbated because the analysis is conditional on the completed trips. So that begs a natural question of how are the canceled trips different from the completed trips? Right, Nanda's question was a little orthogonal to surge pricing, and my thoughts were more directly related to surge pricing, that if in response to surge pricing, trips are canceled, then if the characteristics of those trips which are canceled are different from those which are not canceled, then that would induce some sort of selection. So is it possible to check whether canceled trips are any different or not? Right now, again, we could think of different ways. I think you have metrics in terms of like expected delays, expected travel time, and realized delays. So maybe something over there could be done. And finally, I think one dimension in which—
Sorry to interrupt, we have 2 minutes left.
Okay, perfect. So I'll skip this slide. Okay. I'll skip the specifications then in terms of what they do. But the second question, which was looking at complaint rate, I thought the regression discontinuity design was great. One of the thoughts I had was around carryover effects of surge pricing. So the way to think about it is surge pricing yesterday impacts yesterday's complaint rate, but they also increase income yesterday. Now, if drivers have some sort of a mental account or reference dependent preferences, which has been shown in the context of New York taxi drivers, it is possible that because they made a lot of money yesterday, they work less today. So there is some temporal correlation. And what that would mean then is that the negative correlation you see is probably stemming from some interdependence in shocks across time. A thought could be to compare days which belong to different mental accounts. So you could think of different weeks or different months, kind of like gets into a diff approach. But really what we're doing then is holding fixed the complaint rate, but then comparing days which are correlated versus those which are not. Finally, on this point, it would help to do a little more detailed analysis on how surge has the main effect on income and has the indirect effect on income through complaints, right? Currently, the paper uses back of the envelope calculations, but I think you can really push along this dimension, use a specification similar to study one to say something about main effect of surge on income and the indirect effect. The last comment I'll have, this is about the research question 3. I think first of all, there is an opportunity to extend the analysis to study the impact of policies on drivers' income. So you look at customer usage, you look at complaint rate, but it would help to look at drivers' income, which would kind of close the loop in some sense. Policy does not impact all surge trips, right? This is something we discussed, Lindley, that policy impacts only trips which are above a certain level. If there's a way to figure out which trips are impacted, then maybe you can directly study the effect of the policy on the impacted trips as opposed to just thinking about the policy as a whole. A bit of clarification over here, it would help to understand how the effect of policy is separately identified from a time trend, right? There was a question about what if Venki asked, what if drivers get used to or customers get used to this over time, right? So there could be a time trend. So how is the effect of policy separately identified? But that's it. Sorry, I took 1 minute extra, but thank you so much. Thank you for the wonderful paper. Thank you to the organizers. And thank you to everyone for sticking by. I will not take any more time and turn it over to the next presenter.
Thank you, Pranav.
Do you see my screen? Okay, perfect.
Yes.
So first of all, thank you so much to the conference organizers who put together this wonderful event. And also thank you for having me as a presenter. So today I'm going to present a paper that is a joint paper with Pradeep Chintagunta and Bhubanesh Parekh. My co-authors won't be here because of some other reasons. So I'm happy to respond to your questions directly. So if you have any questions in the middle, please feel free to unmute yourself and ask me questions. Okay. So first, I usually motivate my research question before I introduce my research question, but today I'm going to switch the order briefly because the institutional details become quite important. So I'll first introduce the research question, introduce the institutional details, the very specific empirical context that we are looking into, and then motivate the research question, why we think this is important in the market of literature. So in this paper, we study how strategic consumers can affect these policy goals and have some unintended consequences for retailers. So in other words, we study this strategic consumer shopping behavior in response to a macroeconomic policy, in this case, this currency reform policy in India, and then we quantify this unintended consequences because of this mechanism. So to give you a bit of background, what happened in India. So on November 8th, 2016, at 8 p.m. in the evening, the Prime Minister Modi came out to TV in an unscheduled live national televised address saying that all 500 and 1,000 Indian rupee banknotes would be illegal starting from the next day. So starting from midnight, these bills, which were really commonly widely used bills, just like $10 bills in the US, became illegal all of a sudden. So here, what is important to emphasize once again is that I will keep referring to this day as the day of policy announcement, when the policy was announced at 8 p.m. in the evening, but the old notes were still legal to be used. So after this policy became effective, there were two legitimate but costly actions that households could take to retain this cash value of soon to be demonetized notes. So one way to keep that value was to exchange notes by visiting banks, but then that was really costly given all these news article reports that said like the waiting line was super long, and then the cash notes were often stocked out. So even after waiting for hours, it was quite common that people could not exchange their old notes to new notes. And another legitimate way to keep this cash value was to deposit these old notes into their bank accounts. But still, households had some incentives not to do so because they were afraid of tax penalty and future income tax of the cash value that they've been holding in their house, not putting into their official bank accounts. So you may wonder what the key objectives of this very abrupt currency reform policy. And one of the key objectives outlined by the government was to bring this unaccounted money that households were having in cash format into the formal taxable network. So that's why the government introduced this second option, that if you deposit these old notes into your bank account, you may not be able to readily exchange the new notes on the same day, but still you can keep the cash value. But then it creates this additional tax penalty for those households who were keeping this cash without registering into their formal tax network. So given this key objective, we looked into whether the policy actually achieved this goal with some aggregate numbers, and then it was somewhat ambiguous. So the stats say that 98.8% of the old currency notes were returned actually to the banking system, but then also there was no evidence of increase in the number of taxpayers due to the policy. So combining these two pieces into one, we can say that perhaps many households kept the value of cash without going through the banking system and depositing this old banknotes into the banking system. And then how could that happen? And we found a rich set of anecdotal evidence that suggested that consumers used retailers as their intermediaries to avoid such policy-induced costs. So I'll just read the screenshot that I put over here. Others are thronging jewelry stores and designer boutiques, carrying suitcases of banned currency notes, begging to buy something in backdated receipts. So what these people were doing was instead of going to the banks and then depositing these formally held cash in their houses to their formal taxable accounts, they literally just went to these jewelry stores or mom and pop stores or any retailers, begging them to accept these old notes and then exchange that to something durable, something precious, something that could keep the value without paying the tax or any penalty. So we wanted to see whether this type of anecdotal evidence could be found in actual empirical data. And this is the raw data over here. So this is a daily purchases that are not returned. These are permanent daily purchases that we see from a big retail chain in India. And then you see this overall spike over here because of this one of the biggest Indian holidays. But then on Tuesday, when the announcement was made, we see this weird 30% increase of average total daily purchases at the chain level. Again, these are not controlling for seasonalities or anything like that, but having this weird peak on Tuesday was not found in any of the other time series. And still something was happening on the day of announcement. And we also track what happens in returns as well. So what you see here is daily purchases at the chain level that are later returned. So these are returns tracked based on their original purchase dates. And what you see here is that we also see this abnormal spike, almost 70% increase in total sales that are later returned. So many of these sales that were made on the day of announcement were later returned. So I'm not giving you these as as a conclusive evidence that people were doing something, but it kind of passes our smell test, our eyeball test, that something was happening among consumers in response to this policy announcement in the evening. So we are gonna disentangle why people are engaging in such strategic purchases or returns, what kind of incentives they are trying to satisfy, and what kind of impact that created in response to the policy goal. So now we may think so why do we study a currency reform policy in India? It's such a unique policy shock, which by itself is significant, but is it generalizable to other settings that we're interested in? So we argue that actually there are many different macroeconomic policies that can impact consumers and firm behaviors in a similar way that currency reform policy does. So there are a lot of macroeconomic policies that are seemingly exogenous to consumers and firms, such as like interest rates, tax deduction, business cycles. And these days, we also have active discussions and active regulations around privacy, like subsidies for some green consumption, food labeling. So we have many different macroeconomic policies that can potentially create this like strategic responses from consumers. And we argue that currency reform policy can be viewed as one case study of those macroeconomic policies. And we already see some evidence of unanticipated spillovers of these macroeconomic policies that I gave you as an example. So there are increasing research articles that report this unintended consequences of GDPR on, like the price of advertising or competition. And we also do similar, we also have some evidence on the effect of soda taxes, for example. So all in all, what I'd like to deliver here in this slide is that we need much more detailed reviews on the range of potential unintended consequences of these macroeconomic policies, especially on consumer behaviors. But we have the literature is still nascent in that area. So our intended contributions are threefold. First, this paper, by quantifying the unintended consequences of this macroeconomic policy, it offers direct information for policymakers. So first, we underline how wide and significant the spillover effect can be of an intervention. So in this case, the currency reform policy had nothing to do with retailers' performances, but later we show that through this strategic consumer behavior, retailers also had a direct impact of this currency reform policy. So this kind of calls for more attention on, the scope of unintended spillovers that we have to think of when we assess any policy outcome. And it also gives like a lot more direct implications for policymakers aiming for economic transparency. According to OECD and the World Bank, like there are still many countries whose primary goals is to fight against this like fight for economic transparency. And then currency reform policy is one of the top candidates that are addressed by these policymakers. So we also talk to those settings a little more directly. More interestingly, this paper kind of brings retailers into the equation when we assess the impact of macroeconomic policy. So I did a bit of lit review and found that economics and finance literature do a lot of job focusing on the allocation of these monetary shocks between the financial sector and household firms. But retailers were never into the equation when they were looking at this distribution of impact. So now in this paper, we first document a new role of retailers in an empirical way in terms of their role in bearing macroeconomic shocks. The final contribution we'd like to make with this is that it sheds light on the scope of strategic consumer behavior. We all know as marketing researchers that consumers can be strategic in terms of, and then we've seen some evidence of them waiting for more information or lower prices, better product quality, so on and so forth. But here we kind of document a new form of strategic consumer behavior, which namely strategic purchases and returns. So little academic research has been done on returns despite its increasing size over time, and especially nothing has been documented on the strategic ones particularly. So we know that consumers are increasingly exploiting these like return policies for their own benefits, but this hasn't been documented in an empirical context. So we'd like to add some empirical facts on that in that area as well. So here's your roadmap for today's talk. So I will introduce data, and then I will outline 4 types of strategic transactions that we identify that satisfied different consumer incentives. And then I will outline how we disentangle these different types of transactions using a structural model. And then later we evaluate the net impact of transactions on both retail change profit and policy goal. Okay. So the data is coming from this large Indian retail chain, like a national retail chain that has more than 7 million transactions across 92 different stores. So the data covers this period from September 2015 to December 2017, which is almost evenly split by the demonetization policy announcement, which helps our estimate, which helps our identification. And for each transaction level observation, we observe the exact date of invoice, price paid, importantly payment method, whether or not that those transactions were paid with cash or non-cash payment methods, number of items that they bought, and the store ID, and whether or not the transaction is a return or a purchase. And for those transactions that are returns, we also observe the corresponding original purchase invoice number. So we can actually match when the item was purchased and then when that was returned later. One thing we'd like to highlight is that this is not a consumer level panel data. It's like a store level panel with transaction level information. So we do not track whether or not multiple consumers are engaging multiple transactions within a given store. And store location information is also given. It is located across different regions, like it covers 27 different districts. The summary statistics just highlight the heterogeneity of these different stores in terms of their daily sales and daily returns. And then since this is a large retail chain that mostly deals with durable goods, you see that the number of quantity is mostly centered around 1. So that's that. And this table also shows that their reliance on different payment methods also varies widely across different stores. So some regions have a lot more cash reliance versus the others, which are reflected in these different numbers. Okay, so now we'll move on to the model-free evidence. So now here you're looking at a daily log daily sales that are later returned. So again, these graphs are created based on the original purchase dates, but you're only looking at those transactions that are later returned. And these different cells mark different payment methods that these transactions are made with. And what you can see over here is that we see this weird spike only among the daily sales that are made in cash that are later returned. And this dash bar marks the day of announcement, policy announcement. So what this means is that a lot more cash purchases were later returned if those transactions were made on the day of announcement. But that spike is not observed in either of the non-cash paid, non-cash transactions. So you actually don't see any of the spike among card transactions or other non-cash transactions. So again, this kind of gives us this model-free evidence that something was going on only about these cash transactions. And what people could achieve by returning these cash purchases to the retailer later was that they could exchange these old notes with new notes. So what happened here is that they bought these items on the day of policy announcement with cash, with soon to be demonetized old notes. And then by later returning the item to the retailer, they could exchange that item with new notes that were legal to use. So this kind of suggests this evidence that consumers were strategically using retailers almost as their financial intermediaries to exchange their old notes to new notes. And I'm basically showing you a similar statistics, but in a slightly different angle. So if I plot the same thing, but plotting it as a share of payment method, the pattern is even more striking. So what this shows is that among the returned items purchased on the day of announcement, 80% of those returned sales were bought in cash. And this kind of pattern did not exist before or after the day of announcement, before or after the day of announcement. So this kind of, again, shows that something was going on about these cash returns particularly, which was consistent with this household incentives to exchange old notes with new notes without going to the banks. And this graph shows this return behavior based on the original purchase dates, which is the pink line, and also based on the return dates, which is the dashed line. So what this shows is that if this like abnormal behavior around return was also visible based on return dates as well, that is not consistent with what we project, what we explain as the mechanism, because of the following reason. So if we see this spike in returns based on the return dates, what this means is that these households were rushing to the retailer on the day of announcement to return things that they already bought in cash. But what happened if that occurs is that these households only get these old notes back from the retailer because the policy was not effective in that evening yet. So to satisfy this need, which is to exchange old notes to new notes, what should happen is that households first buy these items with old notes on the day of policy announcement, and then later return the items when the policy became effective, and then get the new notes. So basically, this plot is consistent with that type of story that says these returns were particularly satisfying that needs of exchanging old notes to new notes without going to the banking system. And this shows the shares of payment methods that among returns that are made in terms of their ticket sizes. So if the incentive here is to exchange that significant amount of old notes to new notes, or to avoid tax for any of these strategic reasons, then we should anticipate that this behavior is more prominent among the sales around high ticket sales items. So what you see here is that we see this massive spike in cash returns, mostly among higher ticket items and not so much among lower ticket items. So this again is consistent with our hypothesis that the spike we are observing on the day of announcement was consistent with the strategic underlying incentives that household had. And this graph shows the time trend of these sales and cash purchases, the returns and cash purchases across different stores. So what this slide tells us is that there is a lot of heterogeneity across this size of across different stores in terms of the size of the peaks in these returns happening on the day of announcement. So this kind of calls for closer attention to this like store level heterogeneity, which we fully incorporate in our estimation stage. I'm going to show you similar evidence in strategic purchases again. So here you're not looking at the same graph once again. You're actually looking at two different graphs, but showing very similar patterns. So here I'm doing the model-free evidence exercise all over again, but using those sales that are not returned later. So in the previous sections, I was showing you this graphs that are made only with this transactions that are later returned. But here I'm excluding all those transactions and only looking at those transactions that are not returned. So you see that on the day of announcement, which is marked as the dash bar, you see this spike in purchases in cash only on the day of announcement. So what this graph shows is that cash purchases increase on the day of announcement. And we also, we see even starker patterns when we look at the share of a payment method on a given day. So in daily purchases, the percentage of cash transactions increases on the day of announcement by a lot. So before the demonetization announcement, almost like 30% of these sales were made in cash. But on the day of announcement, when Prime Minister said, like, we are gonna ban all these notes starting from the next day, all of a sudden cash transaction took like 60% of the entire sales. So again, something was going on about these strategic purchases in response to this policy shock. And we see a similar pattern when we look into these different ticket sizes of the transaction. So we also see here, similarly in the case of returns, that this prominent increase in cash purchases are a lot more visible among high ticket item sales. And again, heterogeneity is prevalent in strategic purchases as well. So we are going to incorporate this in our estimation procedure. Okay, so far we've discussed that there are some pieces of evidence that show that people were being strategic about their purchases and returns in response to this policy announcement. And now let's think of what kind of incentives that we're trying to, those households were trying to meet with the strategic purchases and returns. So there are two different incentives that these strategic transactions could satisfy consumer needs. One was to avoid the cost of exchange. So as I said, they could go to the bank and exchange these old notes to new notes, but still the travel cost, like waiting cost, was significant. They had to wait there in line for hours, and still they could not exchange their notes into new notes because of stock out and things like that. So that was like a significant cost that people wanted to avoid. And secondly, they also wanted to avoid this depositing cash to their banking system because they were scared of paying any penalty for the tax that they've been evading, or any kind of extra tax payment that this cash holding might incur. So there were two different incentives for these households. And there are 4 types of strategic transactions we observe in this data that satisfies these different incentives. So strategic returns could actually satisfy either of these two needs, because by buying some items on the day of announcement with old notes and then returning it to the retailer after the policy became effective, they could these households could both avoid the cost of exchange, and they also could avoid tax payment because they didn't have to put this new notes that they got from the retailers to the banking system anymore. So this was actually, the best option that the households could choose. But because of this rigid return policy that retailers had, not everyone could engage in this type of strategic transaction. So now they could engage in some other strategic purchases, strategic transactions. The first one is accelerated purchases, meaning that I simply accelerate my planned purchase of a fridge to the day of policy announcement, because I have this amount of cash stock I have to exchange anyway, and I'm just going to use it up today by accelerating my purchase. So this is different from the incremental purchases that I will describe later on, but this is merely accelerating planned purchases to the day of announcement. So it kind of works similar to any promotion event, any price reduction that induces the stockpiling behavior or purchase acceleration behavior of households. Another way of strategic transaction was to just merely switching their payment method. So accelerated purchases are talking about those transactions that are planned for future, but then are accelerated to the day of announcement. But for switching to cash, the transactions were not planned for future purchases in the future. So switching to cash only occurs among those transactions that are planned for today. So as a person, I was gonna go to the store anyway today to buy something, and I just merely switched to another payment method, which is cash from non-cash, that I was gonna stick to before the policy announcement. And finally, incremental purchases are the part that are most problematic in policymakers' perspectives. So these purchases are to avoid tax payment and tax penalty, because now what they can do is instead of depositing these old notes into their bank accounts, they buy these high ticket items like fridge, for example, using their soon to be demonetized banknotes, and then retain that cash value in the format of durable goods. And given that this secondhand market is very active in India, in the Indian economy, now they can retain that cash value by reselling perhaps like these durable goods in the secondhand market, and then avoid these tax payment that they have to incur.
I got a quick question.
Yes.
There's a lot of stock out issues around the country.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say I buy a fridge. Is that necessarily to avoid taxes, or hey, this money, there's a stock out and there's a timeline. After that, this will be just useless papers.
Mm-hmm.
So might as well just buy big ticket items. I'm reporting all my taxes correctly. Still, there's that incentive, right? So can you tease it apart, cost of exchange when you have a lot of stock outs versus tax avoidance?
So stock out of the banknotes or stock out of items, like which
stock out of banknotes, which was a problem.
So stock out of banknotes.
I don't know how prevalent it was, but I definitely read articles about that, so that's why.
I see. So these I'm looking at these purchases that are not later returned. So
okay.
Yeah, so when I say strategic purchases, I'm only referring to those purchases that are permanent, that are not later returned. So these transactions cannot be used towards that need of exchanging the note. So that can be satisfied with this incremental returns. So yeah, your story is correct. And then that explains why people engage in returns. So that's why it can satisfy either of those goals. It can save me some cost of exchange because I can expect some stock out later on, but then it can also be used to avoid tax payment because now I don't have to file this new notes I get from retailers.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. And these different types of strategic return transactions have different impact on retail profit and policy outcome. So let's look into strategic returns first. So for retailers, it's definitely have a negative impact because it raises this cost associated returns. But then for the policy outcome, actually the net effect is kind of ambiguous because it's a plus as now retailers sort of absorb this role of financial institutions, and then they work as this distributor of legal notes when banks cannot meet the demand fully. On the other hand, if households are engaging in strategic returns mostly to avoid this tax payment they have to do, then this has a huge negative impact on the policy outcome. For the direction of the impact of incremental final purchases are a bit more straightforward. So it's a huge plus for retailers because they literally just get more sales out of this incentives. But then it has a negative impact on policy because the major incentive that drives this incremental final purchases is tax avoidance. So it has a direct negative impact. But then accelerated final purchases and switching to cash do not have any impact on either retail profit or policy outcome, because these are all just planned purchases that are being done through a different payment method or at a different time because of this policy shock. So we consider these two as sort of like no significant impact on either of these variables of interest. Okay, so I will show you graphically how we identify these separate incentives and separate transactions using our data. So first, I'd like to talk about how we identify these strategic returns. So here we only use cash purchases that are returned later. So we're discarding non-cash purchases that are returned later because those are not consistent with the incentives that households are trying to meet. And here, as you can see from this illustrated graph, we first detrend these cash purchases that are later returned, and then find this gap between the counterfactual returns we can calculate on the day of policy announcement and the actual observed cash purchases that are later returned. So again, we first detrend everything, we compute a counterfactual returns on the day of announcement, and then we subtract that counterfactual returns from the observed returns and refer this gap as our identified strategic returns. Identifying different types of strategic purchases entails a bit more steps. So first, to identify these accelerated final purchases, we first look at total final purchases. So we're including both cash and non-cash daily purchases. And the assumption here is that any accelerated purchases has to be followed by the same amount of sales dip that occurs right after that purchase acceleration. So we attribute this whole entire dip that we identify before it reaches at some stationary state after the policy as the purchase acceleration amount. And switching to cash is identified by looking at daily non-cash purchases. So here, our hypothesis is that if people are just merely switching to cash payment from non-cash payment because of this policy-induced shock, then we will see this decrease on the day of policy announcement from this average trend on non-cash payment transactions. So this part is attributed to this strategic switching to cash. And finally, we decompose this incremental final purchases by subtracting these two constructs that we already estimate in the previous steps from the total increase in final cash purchases. So these steps are critical to disentangle these different approaches, the different incentives, is that if we only just identify this net increase in final cash purchases without disentangling these different incentives, we cannot assess whether or not this is coming from this naive incentives that are not against the policy outcome, or if these are coming from these households incentives that are against policy outcome directly. So by using these different purchases by different payment methods, we separately identify these three types of strategic purchases that have different impacts on retailer profits and policy outcome. So I already showed you graphically how we estimate these things, and then I will just show you briefly in equations what this means. And then the main idea for this estimation is from this method called bunching. It's quite recently developed methodology in economics, and this was first applied to study this behavioral responses of individuals triggered by this discontinuity in tax regime. So Cleveland 2016 actually gives like a really nice review on it. So if you're interested, you can look into that. But we deviate from this traditional bunching approach for different reasons, which I will not explain thoroughly in this talk. So again, how do we estimate strategic returns? We first compute our counterfactual returns on the day of announcement by fitting a model without having that observations on the day of policy announcement. So we acknowledge that something abnormal is happening on the day of announcement. So we exclude that observation and then fit a model to compute a counterfactual return had that announcement not taken place on that day. And we generate bootstrap samples of counterfactual returns by drawing these error terms that we get from this first step. And then we estimate strategic returns as the difference between this observed and counterfactual returns we calculate in step one. And then these bootstrap samples are used to create the statistical inference. So I'll just skip the equations part over here. So this is what we create using this methodology. So the gray bar shows the counterfactual returns that we predict. And then the blue bars are the observed returns that we create for these sample stores. For strategic purchases, we have to make some additional steps because now we have to disentangle these three types of purchases. So first, we compute counterfactual purchases by feeding a model without observations on the day of announcement for each payment methods. So we calculate counterfactual total daily final purchases, which we will use later to calculate purchase acceleration. We also compute counterfactual daily final purchases in cash only and non-cash only. So we construct these three series of counterfactual purchases that entails different payment methods. And then we estimate where the sales dip ends using some derivatives of the post-policy total daily purchases. And then we bootstrap samples, and then we identify these three different types of transactions according in a way that I described earlier with some graphical notations.
Sorry to interrupt, but you have 5 minutes left.
I'm sorry?
I mean, you have 5 minutes left.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, yeah.
Yes. So this is actually how sales dip looks for a set of sample stores. So we see that some stores do have shorter sales dip afterwards, and some stores have a little longer sales dip after the day of policy announcement. So these are used to back out how much of the increase in cash purchases on the day of announcement can be attributed to this purchase acceleration. Okay, so given the interest of time, one thing I'd like to discuss briefly is that how we identify incremental purchases makes it a conservative estimate, because the sales dip, we attribute everything into purchase acceleration behavior, can actually be because of some other reasons like economic downturn, stuff like that. So the way we estimate purchase acceleration is the upper bound of the real purchase acceleration, and therefore the resulting incremental purchases we back out after subtracting this liberal estimate of purchase acceleration should be lower bound of incremental purchases. So let me just briefly go through the results. So strategic return, we see significant strategic returns from about 1/4 of the entire chain. So out of 92 stores, we see significant increase in return behavior that can be attributed to the strategic incentives from 22 stores. And the graph here I'm showing you shows the upper bound of incremental purchases, which sums up all these different types of strategic purchases. And then it shows that more than 1/3 of stores benefit from this strategic purchases overall. And I also show you here what we recover from for accelerated and switching to cash. Note that the standard errors are really large for these accelerated purchases, because we estimate these as a sum of counterfactual purchases, sum of fitted model purchases over a sales dip that we identify. So because of our estimation methodology, we have a quite large standard errors for accelerated purchases, which results in a lot smaller number of strategic purchases if we use it in a very conservative way. So again, despite this very conservative approach to recover this incremental strategic purchases, we still find that 11 out of 92 stores have significantly higher incremental cash purchases that can be attributed to these specific incentives. So given the interest of time, I may actually have to wrap up today's talk. So another chapter that we dedicate a large proportion of is that how this is consistent with the actual local impact of demonetization. So what we show here is that what we identify as these strategic purchases and returns are consistent with the size of local demonetization impact that we get data of. So what this shows is additional piece of evidence that these abnormal transactions that we are recovering from these data sets is a product of people's responses to this local demonetization impact. So that's a quick summary over here. And we also estimate the net impact of policy outcome, a net impact of these transactions on the policy outcome, and also at the retail level, retail profit. And we conclude that it significantly benefited the retail chain, but it had like a significant negative impact on the policy outcome. And then, sorry, I'm out of time. So to conclude, I discussed so many different types of strategic consumer behavior that we document out of this macroeconomic policy shock. And we quantify the significant impact of such behaviors on both retail profit and policy outcome. And then this kind of calls for, again, more attention on how this consumer retailer synergy has a greater impact on macroeconomic policy. So thank you.
All right. Shall I get started?
I guess.
All right, great. Thank you for that, Yuan. It was a very interesting presentation, and I was happy to see that, and it fleshed out some of the questions that I had and anticipated some of them. So if some of the stuff on the slides seem a little redundant, you know why. It's all your fault. You explained it too well. All right, so can everybody see my screen? Okay, good, excellent. Yeah. So I'm going to just go over some of the key ideas here and dwell a little bit more on it. I think from what I understand, this paper has been accepted at Marketing Science, so great. And also that sort of makes my discussion a little more academic than one might hope for, but nevertheless, here is my perspective, which would, which you can take with a pinch of salt. So here it goes. So the demonetization policy itself, had a stated objective of eradicating black money in the system, basically any kind of tax avoidance or legalization of asset values. And essentially it failed after like several years. People have gone over on a number of different dimensions, and Yuan pointed this out as well. And largely because this is not, black money is not quite held in cash, but in other formats, which are not subject to demonetization. And so even as demonetization policies go, this was a very unusual implementation. They introduced a higher denomination currency note. It was really sudden with no planning. And what that meant was that it was from the get-go looks quite a bit like a disaster with 74 notifications to fix the process. So there was literally no hope that this was going to work, despite some optimism. And of course, Indians are famous for jugaad, if I might make that stereotype. And so the way to subvert this process and to defend against the system was to use proxy individuals to deposit cash, prepayment to employees and suppliers, and invest in gold. So the reason I sort of highlight this is that in this context, it's important to understand that the strategic consumption, while important, may probably have been a smaller proportion of the wider picture. And so that gives some context to where this paper is positioned at, okay? And so in this particular context, when we think about the identification strategy is well laid out in this diagram right here, which I literally just stole from the paper. It basically explains that there is a kind of accumulation or stockpiling kind of effect, which happens where you purchase, purchase ahead of time what you would have otherwise purchased a few weeks after demonetization. And so the authors look at the overall effect on total purchases. They look at what is the effect on cash on the particular day itself. And so the assumption here is that all the accelerated final purchases are actually going to switch to cash on the day of demonetization. And so in that sense, both of these A and S indicate a switch to cash per se, but one is very specific to the date of demonetization. And then whatever is left over is considered as the incremental. So this is a really critical part of the identification strategy. And so incremental sales is whatever is left over after cash sales and switching payment mode, and that's considered as black money. And this I'm not so sure is entirely reasonable. And the reason is that the store does not represent the entire market, right? So it's quite possible that you might have consumers who are simply switching to this reputable chain because this is one of the largest electronic stores chains, which I have a sense for which one it might be. And so if that is indeed the case, it might have bigger brand value, greater trust value. And so there may be switching that may be going on from other online stores or other offline stores, or even from stores within the chain, because each of these districts have up to 3 different stores, which might actually contribute to the increase in sales for any given store. And so that makes it a little bit challenging, right? So there could also be a belief that other stores will have stockouts, because it's demonetization. Everybody knows what everybody else is going to do. So the Omen principle completely applies here. And so the expectation is that people are going to scramble. And so therefore, what should I do? I should probably go to the biggest stores or certain kinds of stores where I think I would be able to sort of do the strategic behavior. And so it makes it less obvious to me that all of these sales are there for black money or tax avoidance. It could simply be changes in consumption pattern, which is also intertemporal. And so that is, somewhat applicable also to non-cash sales, right? So not every store has to have a dip in non-cash sales. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. And so the heterogeneity amongst the stores itself, in my mind, suggests that this is a plausible explanation, right? Obviously, I have no way of validating this, but it seems like it's a plausible explanation, which is a little bit difficult to rule out. And so the argument would work better if you have market level data. And so a lot of the bunching literature that I have read at least focuses on these policies which apply to the entire market, right? So you increase the tax, and so there's bunching behavior where people, in order to avoid tax, declare incomes just below the threshold and so on. But there, people don't have any other way, any other option, right? So in that sense, it's easy to look at that construct and get to that. So I think that could bear, a little bit more explanation and sort of bolstering that argument per se. Then in terms of the estimation strategy, it was very interesting. I really enjoyed reading this part of the paper a lot because it sort of brings this idea of using the ARIMA model to sort of estimate the counterfactuals. And so what was not clear to me is why we would include all the time periods, excluding just that one date on which demonetization occurred. And here is the reason why. That appeared a little bit different to me is because in the bunching literature, you do have this scenario, but it's usually cross-sectional, right? So you're looking at tax being paid, and then you're looking at distribution of customer characteristics across the people who paid just below the tax threshold versus those who paid above that. So there you are looking at consumer characteristics, and those are not going to change because of the threshold per se. But we are now looking at a time series analysis, which means that when we have that kind of an intervention, then by including information post the intervention, you're incorporating post demonetization behaviors. And it's not obvious to me that customer behavior hasn't changed post that, right? So there could be a time series impact. So for example, sales with return could actually decline, which is indicative that consumers only make confident purchases, right? They only make the purchases which they know they are not going to return or cannot afford to return because they literally need it. And that could be a shift in level as well as in trajectory. So, just eyeballing it, I don't have the data, but it would be interesting to see that in the center panel here, if you can see my cursor, this is probably the Diwali, Dussehra holiday window here. But if you look here, that level is clearly different from what happened post that. And the recovery still seems to be slowly getting there. So this tells me there could be some behaviors which we are now incorporating in the pre-treatment window. And so that might also explain why only one store shows the acceleration effect at all, because all of the dip is absorbed by the polynomials, because you're estimating it across the entire time window except for that one date. And the fact that at 20% significance, you have about 20% of the stores being significant tells me that the model is saying there's no effect, there's no acceleration effect, which I think is surprising given the model-free evidence. And only one store, that was significant could have been a false positive. So in my mind, I would be inclined to think that it's worth, just testing out in a purely forecasting model where you just use the pre-treatment window data and not worry about fitting this part, because if you have a good time series model, you can predict this piece out pretty well. And that would allow you, several nice options. You could benchmark other time series models. I would personally recommend the Bayesian structural time series model. It's been shown in many empirical applications to work as well, and in many instances better than ARIMA. Of course, you need more data. Having 2 years would have been better in the pre-treatment, but I can understand you may not have that flexibility for that. But it eliminates inference issues. So one of the things to get that we really need in this paper to work very well are the standard errors or the credible intervals, which with the bootstrapping ends up giving us much larger standard errors than are possibly actually true. So if we really want to estimate the unbiased estimates in that, one option to get out of this problem would be to use a Bayesian setting, which would take care of that. Part of the reason is because when we are doing the bootstrapping, there are certain restrictions which have been placed on the signs, and that can lead to certain issues. So Kathleen Lee has a fantastic paper in JASA talking about this in considerable detail. So it also addresses the other issue, which I think is important, is you essentially have 4 times 92 hypothesis tests. And we need to correct for that, right? Because we are bound to find something significant. So doing that in a Bayesian setting, again, sort of eliminates some of those concerns to some extent, but it's certainly worth thinking about that. And then finally, the choice of when the acceleration period ends, is really based on the first derivative right now after detrended data, but we could have an alternative way of checking that. So whenever the predicted gets close to the actual, within some tolerance limit, you could make that criteria here. So those were my comments on the estimation strategy. Now turning to the results and the interpretation. So I think the choices which are about accelerated purchases are large and positive for many stores, but in many cases, they are not significantly different from zero. So nevertheless, that can make incremental purchases look negative. So in these instances, the approach was to just not subtract it and leave it as is, which seems a little bit ad hoc. Maybe I misunderstood how that was, but it seems like you should actually just, you have faith in the prediction model. So it's either predicting it or it's not. And so in that case, it makes sense to just sort of, include that as a set of results and, worry about that later. Then there are a couple of other interpretations here about the positive correlation between the shock and the strategic transactions, and the suggestion that this is evidence against retailer strategic response. I think some thought can be done to extend this argument a little bit more carefully, because it was not obvious to me that a retail chain, any individual store, can change its return policies unilaterally. And they may be indifferent on how much cash they collect, because as larger organizations, the wait time in the line is the same for no matter how much cash they drop in. And also they're basically depositing white money which is legal. And so they may not actually have any problems per se or significant costs, but I don't know the institutional details enough, and Yvonne, you might have some insight into that, and we could always talk about that offline. And similarly, as stores cannot usually change the return policies arbitrarily, they may just encourage purchases when the customers are already there. And so we can't rule out some customers came into return with the intent to buy a higher ticket item. So we just don't have that kind of granular data here, but that remains a plausible possibility that would be consistent with the evidence that we are seeing. And so just to get a little bit nitpicky on some of the calculations, I think the impact, I really appreciate the effort that went into put it together, but I think it would be useful to make sure, and maybe this has already been done, but at least in the reading of the paper, it was not obvious whether the entire organized sector was accounted for, because that's a smaller portion of the total retail sector. And the results that we are seeing here may be applicable to more well-developed chains, which also have higher ticket items in general. So that it might be less applicable to the wider unorganized cash-based sector. And then, of course, it was not clear, how should a policymaker who really needs to do demonetization handle this? And what if this is just the cost of doing business, right? So what would be some alternatives within that? I think a little bit more discussion on that, would help sort of round out the paper a lot. But again, this is just my one person's perspective. A sample of one is not very representative. So overall, in summary, because I have a minute left, I'll just get to the main point. So it's a very important topic, and I'm really glad that the authors picked this particular incident to dive into in a lot more detail. It certainly adds more to the demonetization literature for sure. I'm not aware of any other paper looking at microdata or considering spillovers in this context. There's of course a larger spillover literature on policy and unintended consequences, but this fits right in within that. And I think it's a very interesting characterization of strategic behavior by consumers. There's some caveats, and every paper has caveats, but I think it to a large extent delivers on its objective on trying to figure out what could consumers be doing in order to avoid certain policy implementations. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Dinesh. This was really helpful, and also hopefully the most updated written version addresses at least some of your ideas that you suggest here, because we also got like a similar comments from our viewer. So our most up-to-date version at least like clearly identifies some of the concerns that you mentioned. Just to answer briefly on some of the comments that you gave me, we include a control for these post-demonetization policies. So we do not use we do not treat pre and post data as the same. So we include specific controls for that, but I definitely understand your concern about using post to come up with a counterfactual. So we also tried some multiple like robustness checks by only using pre-demonetization. But then in the case of strategic purchases, we cannot only rely on pre-demonetization because post-demonetization sales dip is the key identifier of our purchase acceleration. So there we try our best to control for this like level shift in any purchase pattern after demonetization. So that's how we do that. And then another thing is that, so maybe the writing was not clear. We try our best to be as conservative as with the incremental purchases. So we actually do not subtract A or S from this excessive increase in cash purchases if we see A or S to be negative. So we did not want to inflate our estimate of conservative incremental purchases by subtracting something negative and then therefore adding something to that. So yeah, so actually we took the opposite approach, saying that like once A and S are identified to be positive, regardless of the significance of those effects, we subtract those only if those are positive. So the resulting I, the excessive cash purchases, is like in our model one of the conservative estimates we can get. And I got a similar suggestion from the reviewers, also from other colleagues, about using Bayesian approach to address this a little more carefully. I think that's a great suggestion. We just like didn't have a chance to incorporate that in this version, but I'm happy to explore that later on.
Sure.
Yeah, so thank you so much for all your comments. Very helpful.
This is great. Thank you so much for having me here, Nanda, and the team at the BAS conference. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, guys. I think we have, I guess, the closing ceremony for the conference. So I just want to, again, thank everybody for, the authors, discussants, people that submitted papers to the conference that that we could not accommodate. So, we're grateful to, and without your support, obviously this cannot be a success. This is the 16th year we're doing it, and we hope to continue to do this. One of the decisions that we had to make was whether we're going to have it in person or not. We're leaning towards having in person for a while, but then, we typically have the reception and, we end up going somewhere, and that was just logistically seemed like an impossible task. Given the situation. So hopefully, we'll get to see you all in person next year. Again, thanks for, all the contributions that you continue to make and your continued support. Thank you.
Let me look at Nanda. I know most people are leaving, and that's probably a good thing, but I want to say a few things, at least to people who are not from UTD, who are here still at the conference, that just based on, it's been 15 years since we've been doing this or something close to that or longer. There are well, the attendance is very good. It's always been very good, despite the fact it's a virtual conference. But the conference is successful if there are great presentations, great discussions, and audience participation. And what I'm observing over the years is the field is getting more sophisticated, so the quality of the presentations, no doubt, are going up. The work is fantastic. But the big difference also is the discussions are way more sophisticated, way more constructive, and way more very deep, and as is the audience participation. So in a sense, I think we've had a successful conference. We want to thank all the people that participated, the discussants and so on and so forth. And really this conference has the high quality, but the marketing relevance has increased over the years. So I'm really happy to see what's going on. Again, thanks to everybody.
I think also, I don't know where Kelly is. I don't know whether she's there or not. Kelly, are you there?
I'm here. I'm here.
Yeah, unmute your video so everybody gets to see who's been doing all the work.
I don't know if I should do that.
Yeah, so everybody, this is actually Kelly, who actually, she is the real force behind the conference. She's the person who you receive communications from. So, she just makes the job of whoever is organizing the conference very, very easy. I think, I did it with her last year, and this year she was just on cruise mode for the most part. And she's the one that keeps things under control, including me. So.
Well, thank you. That you make it easy because
you
allow me to speak up when I need to.
Well, anyway, thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Enjoy the weekend.
Bye.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you so much.